that plane's going right into the ground. We're going to have a really big fire here in a minute.
Speed is life.
My God, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have had that on film because it was cool.
Okay. Apparently, we're up there. Sound check, everybody's. Hey, David, can you let me know if the sound is coming through clear?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now? That would suck, wouldn't it? Okay.
Thanks, David.
Chris is going to be a bit distracted tonight as he's monitoring comms, the big fire south of him there, and trying to assist when he can with communications. So don't expect a whole lot of input necessarily from Chris, and it's going to be likely kind of erratic. So, okay. Hey, Gold Panner.
Hey, Gold Panner.
Anyhow. So,
hi, everybody.
So that's basically what's going on. The fire is south of Chris. He's not in any imminent danger of evacuation or whatever, but it's close enough that he's got to keep an eye on it to make sure he doesn't get surprised. But he also, because he knows the area so well and everything, he's good at coordinating things. Someone 7, what happened? One of our regular, if you see that Chris Georgie in blue letters there, he's one of our mods. He's real close to that Caldor fire there in California, and he's helping out with communications and stuff a little bit. So he's really quite a help on the channel here, very knowledgeable guy. So we're just letting everyone know that he's not going to be as usual on the ball person here tonight in all likelihood. So, but there's darn good reason for it. He personally is fine, safe, but close enough to the fire where that could change in a relatively small period of time. Not real rapidly, but yeah. You know. Well, thank you from Brazil. I'm not sure what assistindo means, but pleased to see you, sir. And Adam.
Yeah.
And
Hello, everyone.
Getting a
there's
feel
Eva
here.
in the background there. So, as usual, quick recap of the week. First of all, you saw 3 videos this weekend because we finally got Eva into the doctor, the surgeon, on Thursday. And she is scheduled for, Thalia says hi, Eva.
Hi, Thalia. How are you?
She's scheduled for surgery on September 10th. The chances of us having a live stream on the 13th are essentially nil. Okay. So I may come in later that week. Once things settle down, we get Eva settled back here and everything. And the situation is, we'll find out after the surgery how she's doing, but I'm sure everyone wants to know. So I'll either post a video to let everyone know, or I will do a live stream. But she's supposed to be in the hospital 2 to 3 days, so that would mean maybe getting out Monday, and we'll see how she's doing and how quickly she recovers. Even the doctors aren't sure because they don't know exactly what they're going to do until they start working. It's kind of like
if I get out Monday, then I'll be laying here on the bed being stoned and wearing my tinfoil hat while you guys do a live stream.
That's a possibility. We'll see what happens, but don't count on it. And I say it's just one of those things that we'll play by ear. As I was about to analogize, it's like when you have an engine laying on the ground, you don't know what it's going to take to fix it until you tear it apart. And it's kind of going to be that way with EVA. As they start digging into things, they'll find out what they need to do. So it's a bit nerve-wracking here. She's holding together well. I'm holding together well, but yeah, it's no fun. Anyhow, so that's what's going on there. Out at the ranch, we were doing experiments, and today I just got back some results from the assay lab. Thank you, Adam. And so we now know comprehensively from a number of lines, but most especially from just assaying the solution before and afterwards, the direct electrowinning is not working. And it's probably just due to solution strength and a few other things that really are not correctable in a leach solution. If you were doing electronics leaching or something like that, you probably could. But in this case, we're probably pretty much just have to X off direct
Is
electrowinning.
that due to the higher purity of the gold or whatever that is?
The higher concentration
of gold. Okay.
And you're using, especially with this ore, as we bring the pH up and the Eco Gold X concentration, we start dissolving other stuff,
right?
And that
Can affect
is a problem.
electrolysis.
Whereas if you've got electronic parts or whatever, there's less minerals to deal with. So no, someone 7, she needs surgery. She's going to have an operation, and that'll be in about 10 days. Yeah, we should have some resin here in the not too distant future, and we'll start doing that. Once Jim has gotten his talk out of the way and everything, and I can use his board, then I'll erase that.
Okay,
and I'll go over direct electrowinning, carbon absorption, resin absorption, and things like that.
I was thinking what you could do is go kind of back to the beginning, Keith, on what you're doing. Okay, you're taking ore from a mine. This is the steps that so far you've went to, and then go into the the recovery from solution.
Okay.
Because I think updating everybody as to really kind of where you're at and why. Why are you doing what you're doing?
Well, and there's thank you, someone. Well, not only that, but some people haven't gotten all the stuff. They've
Right.
come in new
Different
and
times
things like
in
this.
here.
I think that'd be a good idea. It sounds good to me. So direct electrowinning, and if you don't know what it is, I'll explain it later, doesn't seem to be an effective method of getting the gold out of solution.
In this instance.
In this instance.
Right.
Now, there's other methods which are highly reliable that we'll switch over to. We're trying to eliminate a step if possible. Doesn't look like it's going to be possible. Adam, no, this is a hard rock mine.
Yep.
It's got very fine gold.
Extremely fine gold.
Yeah, powdered sugar is a bit coarse compared to this gold. So, yeah, I think she'll be okay, David. It's not going to be fun, though. But anyhow, so the gold is very, very fine. Therefore, about the only way to deal with it is dissolve it. Luckily, the finer it is, the quicker it dissolves. So we've just had to switch our plan of attack. On the other hand, the dissolution of the gold from the rock seems to be going quite well. When Eva and I went to Glacier, I put a 100-pound batch of ore in the cement mixer with about 100 pounds of solution, which is twice the recommendation.
Okay.
It's supposed to be 2 parts solution, 1 part ore.
Right, 2 to 1.
And previous testing has shown that it does dissolve substantially faster that way. But we're going to be gone for 5 days. I was also, because we're out on solar power out there, we had a timer. Because that particular inexpensive timer, you can only set 2 times a day, it would come on for 30 minutes at 10 in the morning and 30 minutes at 2 in the afternoon. I would stir it all up, and then it would settle down again or whatever.
Right.
And yeah, we did a pretty good job. Now, I can't tell for sure how much gold was in the rock because I didn't assay that particular. I just took 2 buckets off of the stockpile,
Okay.
ground it up, and put it in there. But the other complicating factor was I was using solution that I'd been doing electrolytic testing on, and I didn't know how much was in it, so I just used that to dissolve too. So,
okay, so you may have added gold.
oh, we definitely did. We wound up with 1.5 ounces per ton in solution.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
That means there's something in there.
Adam, it's called Eco Goldex. It's a thiosulfate leach solution. It's what they call non-toxic to mildly toxic, essentially non-hazardous. The bleach in your house is a lot more dangerous than this stuff, but it seems to dissolve gold pretty darn well, and the basic chemistry is relatively well understood. So Chris and I are confident we will be able to make resin extraction work. Well, you see, that's what I was thinking, Chris, is that,
concentrated enough that you can get.
I'll give her heck. It's sitting in a bucket in the shop there, settling out, but I can try. But anyhow, and then I took that same solids. I just took it, put it in a wheelbarrow, waited, 30 minutes.
Right, settle it.
Decanted the liquid. And then I took the solids, added water. Actually, I put it back in the cement mixer, added water, let it stir for 15 minutes or so. Added a little Eco Goldex just to make sure it had some. Decanted that, and it still had 0.5 ounce to the ton in it.
Really?
Yeah. You see, you would expect there's always a fair amount of liquid that's still trapped in the solids unless you've done a real good job.
Yeah.
And so a lot of that's just washing that liquid out.
Oh, right.
But this encourages me that my basic concept of, since you seem to get like 70 to 90% recovery in 24 hours of agitation, you agitate for 24 hours, you decant, and then you take your solids and send them straight to the pad.
Right, where you can keep,
because it's going to keep getting leached almost like a heap leach.
Yeah, a little at a time, you'll keep getting it out.
A little at a time. Some hot rocks do contain gold. It depends on why they're hot. Some of them are hot because there's a chunk of gold in there setting off the detector. Sometimes because it's got iron in it. Iron is very commonly associated with gold.
Magnetite.
But you can also have a hot rock that has no gold whatsoever in it. So if it's a hot rock, it doesn't mean it does or doesn't. If it's not a hot rock, then it doesn't have enough gold to set off a detector. But the kind of gold that I'm dealing with is too small to set off a detector. I could have 1 ounce to the ton ore and it wouldn't set it off.
Right.
And so anyhow,
not always, David. Not always.
So anyhow, the basic plan is agitation, leach, decantation, and then setting on the thing. Now, if we're doing a resin extraction, it's entirely probable that during the agitation leach,
you'll pick up
the resin is going to be in there too, and it's going to be dragging it out of there.
Right, you'll absorb it out.
Then you screen the resin out as you dump it onto the pad, and then you'll just, recover that in columns. Okay. So, we're still doing some theories on exactly what the best way to do that. However, one of the processes that you do is solid liquid separation. Depending upon what you want to do, you may need to get a pretty clear liquid. I was doing the titration this weekend, and it's on the video there. And if it's even moderately dirty, it's really hard to see. It really is. So you need a pretty clean solution for that, and filtration of that fine of particles is very difficult. So I want to know if a flocculant would assist. Now, flocculant causes the little teeny particles to stick together with electrical charges. And so we needed to make sure that this flocculant is not going to cause a problem. Never add anything to your system that you haven't tested in the lab first.
Yeah.
Because it can really bite you. It can get really expensive and really, really difficult. So I did some testing with the flocculant, and the stuff I did on the video that you saw showed that it didn't appear to affect the Eco Goldex any. And in fact, the assays from before and after flocculant addition, with about a 12-hour window between the two, showed no change in the gold concentration. Actually, the gold went up just a little, but I presume that's because it's still dissolving from the solids that are still in there. You know? Why does salt make devices less deep?
For your metal detector, salt can really affect.
Oh, okay. I believe
the echo.
the conductivity, I think, kind of attenuates the signal to some extent. It kind of absorbs it, you know. Yeah, Chris, but let's see, 2050. That's a little finer than I'd like to do a resin and leach. We could probably get a coarser size. I prefer something more like a, like a 615 or something like that. What that means is it's smaller than 6 mesh and bigger than 15 mesh. That's what a 615 would be. But anyhow, so
you get varying particle sizes.
Yeah, they're never perfectly. Yeah, it's just manufacturing precision. Mm-hmm. And with carbon, with activated carbon, it's because they actually have to crush it.
Right.
They make the charcoal out of coconut shells.
Mm-hmm.
Then they crush it, trying to generate as few fine as possible. And then they screen it to the various sizes. So they have like 612 carbon, you know. And so resin in columns is fairly easy to do too. The difference between a resin in column and resin in leach is that if it's in the leach as you're doing it, it's loading essentially at 0 time. Plus, the more gold you get out of the solution, the more gold will come out of the rock into solution.
Correct.
You know, so there's good reasons to do resin in leach. The one thing that we'll have to do a little differently than I'm doing so far, we'll have to screen our crushed ore to make sure we don't have anything over a particular size, or it's going to contaminate our resin. It'll go to the bottom, but what it does after that, you can wash it out pretty easily if you're not careful. About a month ago, when Coulter was over here, we were panning some concentrates that somebody sent me, some pay dirt, and we both lost some into the tailings, but he lost a lot more than I did. It's not a guarantee. It'll go to the bottom, but that doesn't mean it's not going to get out of the pan.
You can always find more in the tailings.
Yeah, you're usually going to lose some. But anyhow, so that's what I've been dealing with. After today, the plan is to really start producing more leaching solution. Grind up more rock.
Just keep moving forward.
And do that, because now that I've got that cover on the tailings pad, where I can keep that rainwater separate, I don't mind putting a lot of stuff on there because it's not going to get diluted.
Right.
And in the initial, like after I've decanted the liquid and I go over there with a wheelbarrow and I'm washing it out, I won't wash it out with fresh water. I'll wash it out with solution from the sump, and that way it won't dilute anything. And I get another fresh flush of solution.
That's a good idea.
On the stuff underneath.
So you're concentrating it.
Yes, you concentrate the solution.
That's a good idea.
If it's dry for extended periods and you wanted to concentrate it more, you could always just uncover that part of the pond and let it dry out too. Yeah. And the rainwater portion of the pond, of the pad, that I'm going to use to make solution. I'm making new solution. That'll be my freshwater source. See how it works?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Very efficient.
As long as your bottom layer can get to your sump. Yeah. You don't end up getting it channeled or blocked.
There's a pipe laying underneath there so that it
can get through.
Because it'll either go through the pipe or more likely it'll go along the pipe.
Right, but you at least got a window for it. Some kind of plumbing to get it through.
Yeah.
Cool.
You're absolutely right.
Well, then that should work out really well.
I think so. I was sitting there wondering exactly how the hell I was going to make a cover for that thing. I was thinking, man, in the winter, the snow loads are going to be big. And I was thinking, what kind of a frame am I going to need? And I was thinking, well, if I run a cable across there and then drape it,
but then
then the wind. And then I thought, looks like a pool cover. As long as it's on top of it and not underneath it, it'll work. There's probably some gold in every river, but even detectable through instrumentation, there's rivers that have no detectable gold. And all that we care about is economic gold. Is there enough there to make it interesting?
Right.
And the answer to that question is no. Most rivers do not contain enough gold to be interesting. In some areas, like where Chris lives in California,
the soil can be very similar. Your soil can actually carry, minute traces of gold pretty much anywhere on Earth. But the fact of being able to get that gold from that ground it isn't worth the effort. There's no economic way of doing so.
Well, that's great, Adam. If you had an easy way of moving a lot of material like a dredge that was set up to handle those real fine sands, that could be pretty interesting, Well, David, sometimes it doesn't, but when it does, it's a lot better than the, government job at methodology. That's for sure. KISS is, a sluice will make it vastly faster. 28 karat. Is there such a thing as 28 karat?
Yes, I do believe there is.
It's 24 karat. I thought it was 24 out of 24. That's just because I'm thinking I've run into that
unless
too.
He meant 18, but
let's see what we got here. 24 karat. Is there such 28 karat gold? Best answer, yes, no.
Yes,
no. Wow, that makes no sense. His answer is helpful. No, not helpful.
His answer. No, not really. It's not helping.
Submit. I don't know. Chris, if you're still there, is there anything they call 28 karat gold? Pure gold is supposed to be 24 karat, I believe.
Correct.
It can be at the tops of mountains.
Oh, yeah.
It can't actually be above the tops of the mountains.
That's true.
But yeah, it can be up there because the mountains are uplifted. And the gold is originally made in the bedrock. And it could theoretically be emplaced even close to the top of a mountain. But that's not usually the way it happens. And usually you'll have, I mean, around here, there's gold in the mountains, absolutely. But it was put in here a long time ago and the mountains were uplifted.
Amaro, I'm going to go over a couple things here shortly on that Pathfinder minerals and elements to pay attention for to find gold.
Yep. So anyhow, that's basically where I'm at. How's things going with you, Jim?
Well, I don't know, we had some nice weather finally, actually tolerable, a nice weekend. Went up and helped Dirty Goat a little bit, they needed to move a plant this weekend and reset up for getting ready for next weekend, I guess. We did have kind of a fun little adventure on Friday night. One of the guys up there popped the hood on his truck to do something, and here he had a pack rat nest in his truck under the hood. And then he seen the pack rat, so we spent Friday night and then most of Saturday trying to get a pack rat out of the truck. Well, we got it out of one truck, and then it was in the next truck over. So then he took the truck for a run down the road for about 2 miles of that mountain rough road and came back thinking hopefully he shook the pack rat out of the truck. And that didn't happen. So he had a trap, so he set a trap under the hood of the truck, and he finally got the pack rat. But it was something I probably should have been filming because we had, I don't know, 4 or 5 dogs around the truck and the kids and 3 guys. And it was a total, it was an absolute interesting phenomenon there, chasing a pack rat to get it out of the truck before it chewed off wiring. So we had some hilarious times going there. And one of the guys is like, well, how are we going to get it out of there? Do we fumigate it, or how do we get it out of there? Well, with all the dogs and everything around, it was like, well, if he comes running out, one of the dogs would get him. But it was quite the adventure.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, it made for a good weekend.
This calculator tool is based on pure 24 karat gold with a density of 10.282 grams per centimeter. 24 karat gold grade, finest quality raw and solid gold volume. Okay.
That's as high as it gets.
I think in the standard thing, now there may be something people are calling 28 karat gold, but 24 karat means 24 out of 24 parts is gold. So, I don't know.
Which one of you gurus might answer my question? Why did they settle on 24 karat? Why not 25?
Carat could be a weight too.
Yeah,
that isn't how they weight gold.
Yeah, but it's 24 out of 24. If you have 24 carats of gold alloy, how many of those carats are actually gold and how many are something else? So 24 karat gold will be 24 out of 24.
Yeah, Lars. Yeah, we had all kinds of comments fly in. It was pretty funny. But those guys are worried about their trucks, and I don't blame them, because then the dogs are over by my truck, and I'm like, oh, great.
What makes a dredge move more material than a high banker per unit time? Because the dredge itself moves material. With a high banker, you're moving the material.
Yeah.
And so a dredge, and by the way, the ratings on dredges are always like dredging beach sand. You're never going to move near that much in real gold-bearing cobbles, because you got to move cobbles by hand. I was working on, I believe it was a 6-inch dredge. Might have been an 8, but I think it was a 6. And I mean, the hose is like this big, but you don't really want anything bigger than about your fist to try and go through it, because it'll tend to jam stuff up.
Get a plug.
So you generally want rocks half the size of your dredge hose or smaller.
Usually they'll have a smaller nozzle than the hose size for that reason.
Yeah.
That you're not getting a rock that's just about right to go through, but then in the corner of the hose it'll lock in there.
Yeah.
Someone said their bedrock acts as the sluice box, just like your sluice box is running with the water and rocks through it.
Mhm.
It gives the gold, if the bedrock's hard enough or has cuts or crevices in it, it'll hang up. Or if big boulders start to accumulate, it'll act as the trap for the gold. The other thing is the gold will assimilate down through the ground because of the weight of the gold versus the water or the surrounding rocks. The gold tends to head to bedrock. Even if it's moving slightly, it's sinking. So your gold is 19 times heavier, give or take, of the water that it's running in, but it's also 10 to 12 times heavier than the rock that it's with, short of certain rocks. You can get some hematite that's fairly heavy, or magnetite that's fairly heavy, or tungsten, but the gold will tend to settle to the bottom of until it can't settle anymore.
Mohammed, the feed rate that is optimum is determined by the sluice box and the volume of water. The maximum feed rate that you can achieve is determined a lot by the type of material that you're trying to be. If you were sucking just plain beach sand, you could move a lot more material.
Well, the
Gold Hog makes a special nozzle for that. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Where it's designed to be out on a beach,
sand,
and you put a pump out in the water somewhere and pump the pressurized water, and then it has basically a jet nozzle that you just sit there and you don't have to be in the water to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, dry land dredge, literally.
Yeah. And for a beach, it's a fantastic way to move a lot of material. If you're in a river, you're probably going to be moving cobbles, because sand in a river is not usually going to have the gold. The gold's going to be with gravels and cobbles.
Right. So your feed rate really is limited by the size of your sluice and the amount of water you can run down your sluice.
Yeah. And that'll tell you how much solid, and the size of the solids too matters in terms of if you had nothing but 1-inch rock and 1-inch nuggets, it'd be a different situation than if you got 1-inch rocks and sand and 10 mesh gold. What you can do varies depending upon the material you're dealing with.
Right. Your particle size has a lot to do with what you can do different to catch that gold.
Absolutely.
As far as mats or riffles or expanded metal, or there's Gold Hog mat. There's a lot of different changes you can make based on the material that you're trying to capture. So ideally, you want to tailor your equipment to the particle size that you're trying to capture the most of. Well, if 60% of your gold is of a specific size, that's kind of where you want to tailor your equipment to that majority of that gold.
Well, and also you don't want to be set up to process coarser material to the point where there is no gold that coarse.
Right.
You can screen away. If the biggest piece of gold that's ever come out of here is a 1/2 inch in diameter, then you can screen a 3/4 inch, and you will not lose any gold.
Even, and never lose any gold.
Yep. Hi, Badruddin.
Hey, Badruddin.
So there's a number of things you do to try and improve the efficiency of the system, both in terms of how much material you can put through it and how well you can recover the gold. And classification is an important part, because you want to throw away the rocks that are too big to be gold, so that you can slow things down and reduce your water velocities so you can get more of the fine gold. It's all a balancing act, and there is no magic set of numbers that works everywhere. It's all customized. That's just the way this business is. If you had a really big nugget, it would be hard to suck up into the dredge. If you were working blind in a very turbid situation, you might actually miss some big nuggets. Yeah. They're roughly the same. Again, it's more, Mohammed, it's more what the material is that you're trying to recover from, and what the gold particle size is, what type of mat to use. To the most extent, they're pretty much interchangeable, depending on the situation.
You don't always find arsenic with gold there, Amaro, but it's a good indicator that there would be gold. A lot of times it takes a certain amount of arsenic to precipitate that gold out, depending on the rock and the formation that you're hunting in.
Let's get a couple questions here. You need a way to see underwater. Is the water dirty, or is it just you need to be able to have your eyes work underwater? Because there's a couple ways. Number one, wear a mask, but also you can take a tube and put a piece of glass or plastic on the bottom, and
Plexiglass.
where you
Push
just
it down and you
stick in there and scan. Discover with Schwendy has a video where they were using that.
Yeah,
yep.
for just nugget hunting along.
Yep, they were nugget hunting. Red soil is an indication of the presence of gold. It's not a guarantee,
no,
but in some areas that is a good indication, because iron and gold tend to be deposited in bedrock at the same time. So in some areas, red soil would be a good indicator, but it would depend upon the area. he just retracted.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You know,
a
peeper
go,
tube?
Banner.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense. A peeper tube, it would be.
It can work. It can also, with faster moving water, it actually will clarify it to where what you can't see on the surface because of the fast moving water, you can actually see the bottom fairly well.
Yeah, if you're getting a lot of reflection and stuff there, yep.
Well, it's the iron staining, the rust staining that you're kind of looking for. Not necessarily. I mean, gold doesn't necessarily it isn't always in a red soil, but that is a good indicator to be looking for, that you've got an iron seam, or you've got some breakdown of some other minerals there that are actually telling you that it's kind of a mineralized zone.
Yeah, they have areas that have enormous areas covered with red clay soils that don't have any gold.
But, in some of this, especially in the granites, and that if you start to see where the sulfides have broken down into the iron and rust, that's a good indicator that you've got mineralized, rock. So you want to be looking for gold.
Amaro, around here we have sapphires that are often recovered with the placer gold too. So yes, gems will tend to concentrate using the same techniques as gold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they have to be in the area first. So again, it's all area dependent. No, you cannot turn dirt into gold. If there was enough gold in the dirt, you could extract it. It might look pretty magical, because I'll tell you what, when I'm panning microfine gold out of crushed rock, it looks like that's what's happening.
It looks like mud, turning.
But that's not what's happening at all.
You're condensing a lot of soil down to gold, if it's gold in there.
Amaro, diamonds, small industrial diamonds are not terribly valuable. That is correct. It's not just the size of the diamond, but the quality of the diamond. How clear is it?
Right. Color.
If it's not gem quality, then it's just an industrial material.
Right.
And
It's just a hard material.
It's useful and it's valuable, but it's not highly valuable. Yep. Also around here, we have a lot of garnet sands, and the garnet can be concentrated and sold as an abrasive.
Yeah. When they did that off the dredges here, some of the garnet was sold for, sandpaper or cutting fluid.
Yep. So they do have, garnet is a useful abrasive also. Oklahoma has lots of red soil. Yeah.
That's an ochre clay though. That's it's not really iron.
Yep. I don't think any of the fusion reactors are talking about anything near gold. As a matter of fact, standard core collapse supernovas don't create much gold. You pretty much have to have a neutron star merger, and it's a totally different type of supernova. The thing that most people think of as a supernova doesn't create much gold, only neutron star mergers. But anyhow, so when are you going to get us some more videos from your stuff,
Well,
dude?
I was hoping to film this weekend, and I should have, because the pack rat incident was too funny.
That would have
That
been
would have
good.
been, yeah, it would have been the ultimate, because it's not something you think about. But see, at this time of the year, we had frost up there one morning. It actually got cold enough to freeze, which
It's
was
August.
Yeah, I know, but here's the start. Well, Montana can freeze any month of the year, but actually we haven't had a frost for probably 3 months. But I suppose those mice and pack rats and everything are looking for their new home for the winter. So it happened to be our vehicles and equipment sitting up there. So it was pretty funny. They're trying to get it out of there.
Yeah, they can do a lot of damage.
Well, it's not even the rat doing damage. We've had an incident up there already where the dog got a pack rat up under the truck and tore all the electronic wires out of the transmission of a truck.
Oh, yeah.
And that was not exactly a cheap episode by the time we towed the truck off the mountain and they got it fixed. I mean, I believe it was.
Love wires.
I believe it was like a $1,500 repair or something. It was pretty crazy. So it was like, okay, to keep the dogs away from tearing the truck apart, you got to get the pack rat out of the truck.
Let's see. Someone 7. If I had 100 grams of gold nuggets, is that gold the same price as the gold that you would buy for your wife? No, it is not. Now, depending upon the size and quality of the nuggets, are they fairly large and they look pretty and stuff? Sometimes you can get more than the gold, what they call the melt value. Right. If you just weigh it, how much gold is in it, multiply it by the price.
Quality.
Because you can sell it as, jewelry or things like that. On the other hand, if it's fine gold that, you've recovered, like this gentleman here does, what was your normal price that you would get for your gold?
I was actually, with the purity that I had in the buyers, a lot of times we were getting $100 over spot price, but there was demand, which there is right now too. There's demand for gold. So it's an opportunity to actually, as long as you've got fairly good quality, you got to assay some to find out, or melt it and pour a bar and then have it tested. But if you've got enough, a lot of times you can actually command a higher price because of the demand. See, because it's not the spot price you pay for if you go in to buy it. There's a higher price.
Tinfoil hat tonight, little one?
Yes.
There's a higher price that you'll usually pay
Seeker.
a premium on a gold, whether it's a gold eagle or a little bar of gold. There's a premium you'll pay. Well, that really is the true price of the gold. It's not the spot price that you see in the newspaper or on the news. So when you're buying, a lot of times you're paying anywhere from $30 to $100 more per ounce than what you're seeing as a spot price. And we were lucky enough for quite a few years up there to get $100 over spot. So if gold was $1,000, we'd get $1,100.
Cool.
Yeah, so that really helped pay for a lot of fuel and what we were doing.
Adam, we have some little quartz crystals laying around that we got out at Crystal Park. I'm not sure why you want them, but we have some. We have also got some minerals. Got a lot of stuff from the Rock and Mineral Show over the years, too. Yes, we will have a tinfoil hat report tonight. And hi, Wolfman.
Yeah.
Okay. What are we at now? 6:40. Okay.
We're still
Things are
doing
moving
good.
right along.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Good day.
We're doing good.
So
we're getting a lot of questions though. That helps
make
the show go,
that makes
a couple different directions, but that's okay.
Yeah.
And it's good questions, guys.
Yep. So anyhow, we're up to how many now? 17? Okay.
Yeah.
They're coming up there.
16, 17.
The fracture on quartz crystals.
Oh, here he goes. He'll get you one.
You can also get in my box and pull out some from the crystal garden.
Well, I'm looking for a
He's-
conchoidal fracture here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Adam, not a problem.
Well, here's a couple small crystals that we got from Crystal Park. And this is your typical quartz crystal shape. It's going to be hexagonal
Terminated.
and the terminations can be lopsided like this. They can be fairly regular. See, here's another one. It's really not. Some of that can be because they're growing into other crystals and are blocked because there's another crystal there. This is typically how they grow. See how they're crowding each other out,
right?
You know,
yeah.
and that's pretty much how it is. Now, when you're talking about fracture, if you break a quartz crystal, it will usually break in what's known as conchoidal fracture. You kind of see it a little bit here. See how it's kind of curved?
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of hard
to get that.
Yeah,
There you go. Maybe
that's
a
a little better. See how it's kind of
pretty-
curved right there? This part right in here. It's like glass. Glass doesn't cut straight unless you score it first. You tend to have these divots. That's called conchoidal fracture, and that is typical of what you will get in quartz. Other rocks will tend to break along particular planes, and then then you can. Yeah, everything has its own particular angles. Like if you take this quartz crystal and you measure those angles, there's certain consistencies there that a scientist or a technician that studies the individual minerals is called a mineralogist. Not rocks, but the minerals that make up rocks. And it's a very important specialty. And they understand those little crystal angles and fracture angles and stuff like that can be precisely measured, and it's very definitive depending upon the kinds of minerals. Yeah, it can break in a lot of different, it's kind of like glass. It can break a lot of different ways, but it forms in those hexagonal crystals, and it naturally has cleavage predominantly in certain planes and not others. But yeah, I just don't have any big,
Someone to
nicely
answer your
terminated
question,
ones.
no, a metal detector will not pick up crystals unless there's gold in it. I mean, if there's quartz with gold in it, your metal detector just might.
Well, you can have crystalline metals in rocks, but that's not what you normally think of as a crystal.
Correct.
But I've seen crystalline silver,
Yeah.
and you can have other metals that deposit as actual metallic crystals. Those would show up on a metal detector, and depending upon what they are, they can be quite valuable. I think Botapila silver was running $300 an ounce when silver was $2.
Yeah, well, right.
Because it was crystalline silver specimens.
Right. Specimen stuff.
Yeah.
In a limited amount. Probably only coming from one location in the world, or very few locations in the world.
Actually, Botapila silver was some of the cheapest crystalline silver in the world because there was so much of it. But
Right.
I think Michigan was another place where they have that.
Yeah. Well,
okay, so Jim,
I thought I would go into my experience with XRF, X-ray fluorescence, because we've had a few questions from guys that said they looked at a claim or something, and the XRF reading showed that there's 3 ounces per ton in this rock or something. My experience with XRF has been jewelry grade gold or high, just kind of like this we were talking earlier, a fairly high grade is pretty accurate. It's within 0.2 to 0.5 is inaccuracy, so it's really accurate. If you're looking at rock and having it XRF'd, you will get false positives or negatives in gold, and platinum and palladiums is what I've found, that a lot of times what you're seeing, what the XRF is showing, whether it's high or it's like too low to see anything, means nothing on the XRF to me. We've started to only use the XRF for a Pathfinder element analysis. And that way, if we start to see similarities in the Pathfinder elements, there's a good chance that we're close to the gold or the copper or whatever that we're seeking. Your Pathfinder elements could be arsenic, your antimony numbers, your iron, your tungsten, your lead, silver, nickel, zinc, mercury, molybdenum, tellurium, and selenium. So if you start to see high numbers on specific things, like we were talking earlier, possibly arsenic can be one of them. If you've got a number of let's just say a percentage of arsenic or 2% arsenic, you've got a pretty high chance that there's gold somewhere in that neighborhood of that rock with that kind of a high anomaly. But you use your Pathfinder elements, honestly, to start to find mineral deposits, whether you're looking for silver or the nickel or the platinum palladiums or gold. Ideally, trying to zone in, and that's why most of your bigger mining companies will use the Pathfinder element. They're more interested in the Pathfinder elements and the chemical composition of the rock to identify what could be a target for a main ore body than they are just trying to wander around and say, oh boy, we got a high in gold here. Because if you're buying a claim based on an XRF, or you're looking at a claim, that's not a good starting point.
No. Well, another thing too, though, someone just asked, are other metals of value? Yes, but you have to have a high enough grade and a big enough tonnage.
Correct.
You've got a
correct. We've got a copper.
Like copper.
Yeah, we got quite a copper anomaly that we're working on right now and getting closer to a deal on. Yeah, true, Chris. You got chromium and cadmium also as indicators. They're good indicators too.
For gold.
Yeah, copper is a great indicator for gold, because most of the time the gold won't necessarily be with the copper gold panner, but it can be in the same area because the temperature changes as things came out of suspension. The copper and gold are close enough that a lot of times you'll have a copper mine, and within 100 yards of the main ore body, you'll also have a giant gold anomaly in a lot of cases. And I've also seen it in copper mines where you've got gold in the copper, to where they're maybe shipping 2% copper ore, but they've got 3/4 of an ounce of gold a lot of times within that copper, because copper by itself does usually carry a certain amount of gold.
Yeah. Well,
it depends on the chemical makeup.
Now, the big difference between precious metals mining and base metals mining is you need a lot bigger wallet to mine the base metals.
Yeah, you get into your zinc, nickel, even really high concentrations of just silver. If you're looking at just a silver mine, when you get into base metal mining, you need a big enough concept of a big ore body to make it valuable enough for what you're going to encounter for regulations and rules and all the things. The
capital expenditures too.
Yep. Base metal mining, when you get into lead or that, I mean, if you've ever seen a big chunk of lead, Well, imagine trying to drill a hole in it and sticking a piece of dynamite in it. It doesn't blow up. It's so dense that the charge will actually end up more like a rifle than it will breaking the rock. It won't break the rock.
Yeah, if it was that
So
high,
you literally have to go outside the event of the ore body and fracture it from there. And then in a lot of cases, they're actually trying to pinch it off or break it with breaking.
They probably use continuous miners pretty well now.
Right, but when you get into high lead, silver, zinc type of situation, it can be really hard to mine.
And our regulatory environment is
Well,
part of that, and part of the reason that most base metals are now mined in third world.
Right, exactly. Base metal mining, I know where there's some areas here that are very impressive for base metals, but at this point in our regulations and that, it's not worth talking about.
No.
Right now.
If you can't make money, don't bother.
Well, no, not necessarily, David, but I'll tell you what, old wiring, there was a reason that they were nailing guys for ripping down all the old wiring along the railroad tracks and things like that from the telegraph lines and stuff, because some of that, when it was poured back in the 1880s, 1900s, the gold content in that copper was high enough that it was worth resmelting the copper to get the gold out.
Yeah,
And that's a current thing, in the last 20 years now that we've actually got to gold prices that are kind of open market. But some of that old copper that was poured years and years ago, they poured that by eye. They poured the copper off until the copper turned yellow, and then they stopped, and then they sent that in for smelting the gold out.
It was matte copper,
Yeah,
not
right.
electrolytic
Right.
copper, huh?
Yeah, so they actually only did it. They did their separation in the smelter by eye. So as soon as the copper started to turn yellow, they stopped the process there and then dumped that separate and sent it to smelt it for the gold. So a lot of the old copper wire, yeah, there's some interesting concepts there as far as the quantity of gold within it.
Now, would that also apply to like antique copper pots and other copper implements from 100 years ago? Or just wire?
It might.
Well, it probably
they
could be
probably have a
lot of
higher value.
old copper, but the thing about wire is you can get actually in a small amount of wire, you get a lot of weight. You fill a 5-gallon pail full of actual just clean copper wire, it's pretty heavy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you're getting some weight fairly fast.
Gold panner, titanium minerals, titanium oxide, rutile, ilmenite. They tend to be fairly dense, and they will concentrate in a placer format. A lot of the industrial supply comes from sands, beach sands, basically, in places that have a lot of that. And they'll suck it up and run it through concentrators and dump it off the back of the ship, the sand again. How is gold purified from impurities, meaning converting it from 18 karat to the purest possible form?
Smelting.
There's different ways, but the way that's done to get what you think of as 99.999% gold nowadays is electrolytic refining. They'll take your rough gold, and depending upon how much other stuff is in it, they may do a preliminary separation first. Like if you were to take gold and silver and lead and dissolve it in aqua regia, you precipitate the gold fairly reliably using certain chemicals, and silver with different ones and like that. But the electrolytic refining is the most efficient way, and it relies on the fact that when you have a nice concentrated solution, and you take the anode or the positive electrode made out of the impure metal, and then you have the cathode, and you start like with a little piece of gold foil, and use just exactly the right conditions and voltages and stuff, only the gold will plate. And some of the stuff will go in solution and stay there. Other stuff will wind up in the sludge, but only the gold plates. Now, this is also how they refine copper and how they get the gold and silver from copper.
Yep.
The raw copper that's produced at the smelter is electrolytically dissolved and replated and I believe the gold stays in solution and the silver winds up in the sludge, or the other way around, one or the other. I'm not sure.
That sounds right.
But that's how they get the real pure gold, is precise electro refining. So
See,
that's how they do it.
If you used the old method, they would smelt it, but you have to, in order to get to like 999, 3 nines. Today is 4 nines. But to get to 999, they would smelt it like a minimum of 3 and sometimes 4 times to continually take off any impurities in it before they finally got to that quality of gold.
I think that's what you're talking about, David.
Yeah, they did use lead as a prel, and then they burn the lead out of it. At a certain heat, you lose the lead.
Yeah. So you can do that. Mountain Baker Mining, they have some videos where he's using lead as a collector metal and then using it to kind of drive off impurities.
Correct.
But that's not how they get the real pure gold.
No, nowadays they, like Keith said, they pretty much go to electrolytic.
It's the most efficient
true.
way of doing it too.
Well, and it gets all of the gold out, where these other ways you always have a certain amount of loss in the gold. That it will stay in the crucible, or it'll get out in the slag, and then you're putting it back, and it's a certain level of inefficiency to it. Where the electrolysis, if they can get it into solution, they can pretty much get it back out.
If it's concentrated enough, yeah.
Right. Well, that's a step you're at, and that's why this has been kind of a neat learning. This has been fun for me to watch, actually, too. You know, it's like, wow, okay.
And when we've tried improving the conductivity of the solution by adding lye, and didn't make any difference. I've cut the distance between the anode and the cathode to 2 layers of t-shirt. What's that, about a 1/16 of an inch?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. Didn't change a whole lot in terms of the amperage. Yeah, it helps some, but not huge. The electrolytic cell was running so inefficiently that after 5 days of running and recirculating the solution, I had a higher gold concentration in solution than I started with because of evaporation of water.
Well, yeah, that's something you always gotta pay attention to what's happening, right?
Yeah, and I say it's funny because in both cases, the after had more gold than the before, both the electrolytic test and the flocculant test. The flocculant test, I'm pretty sure it was simply because the amount was such that I'm pretty sure it's still dissolving gold.
But Adam's got a good question there. So what common minerals are you trying to separate in the gold using lead? It'll drive off the tungsten.
Copper
will drive off.
It's not so much that the lead drives it off, is that the lead dissolves everything. And then as you're oxidizing it, it allows you to oxidize the copper and everything else, which will then suck into the cupel. If it's bound with the gold, it's not going to oxidize worth of crap. And that's why. You can do a similar thing by dissolving and precipitating, as someone 7 is saying here, depending upon what chemicals you use and this and that and the other. But it's not really soft. It's softer than what they use for, coins and this and that, because they don't want it to be any softer than necessary. So they will add some hardening agents to make it more durable. And that's why jewelry is typically, 14 karat, 18 karat.
Well,
even the best jewelry is usually only 22 karat.
Right, and that's because
it'll wear.
Yeah, pure gold is so soft, it wears fast, and it'll actually can crush or dent. And by putting either silver into it, which is usually one of the major impurities in gold, or copper. Your Black Hills gold, that's the red and green, is copper.
That is
You know?
my favorite.
Yeah,
gold.
but that's a lot of women love Black Hills Gold, and
You
it
can
is.
also
It's
get
pretty.
blue gold and black gold.
Yep.
Can you lose gold during the purification process? Absolutely. Yes.
Yep.
Hey, Smoking, how's it going? So yeah, whenever you're doing these things, you need to carefully evaluate your potential sources of loss and how to mitigate those. Yep.
Explain Aqua Regia.
Oh, Aqua Regia. Okay. Aqua Regia. Aqua Regia. Aqua is water. Regia is king or royalty. So Aqua Regia was, they call it in Latin, king of waters, because it would dissolve the king of metals, gold. It's hydrochloric acid and nitric acid mixed together. The hydrochloric acid provides the chloride ion, which when combined with gold makes gold chloride, which is a soluble salt or a soluble complex. But in order to do that, it needs energy, and the nitric acid provides the oxidizing potential that is the energy source for that conversion. If you use just hydrochloric acid, you may get a small amount of gold converted into gold chloride, which is why you don't really want to use that if possible. To say if you're dissolving steel wool from that you've electrolytically plated your gold on, you'd prefer to avoid hydrochloric acid because it's going to potentially dissolve some gold. If you use just pure nitric acid, it'll dissolve the steel,
Silver, the
and it
copper,
will dissolve the silver and the copper and
but
everything
not
else,
the gold.
but not the gold. So
Right.
you could dissolve your plated steel wool in nitric acid, filter it. Now you've got your gold. Then if you add salt, it'll now precipitate the silver, and you can filter out that precipitate, and you can smelt the silver down.
Correct.
There's lots of these procedures that have been developed over the years.
Yeah, there is some good books, people out there on that, and there's probably even some good videos if you dig deep enough.
Essentially, Adam, although I think it's more like an AU2CL3 or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what the complex is. They like to call it a complex rather than an ionic compound, because it doesn't usually run around all by itself. That is not correct in the first place, someone 7. It was not deposited as a gas. It was deposited from a solution. It was dissolved in very, very hot mineral-rich water.
Mhm.
And then it precipitated out like scale on the inside of a pipe. In the cracks in the rocks, it came out of the solution.
Right.
Okay?
Your quartz, in a lot of cases, was your plumbing conduit in a fault zone, or where you see a quartz,
Bing.
coming out. A lot of times that was your plumbing. Whether it carried mineralization or the temperatures and things were right is unknown until you do enough testing. But you can evaporate gold, though. You get it hot enough,
Yes.
it evaporates.
Yeah, there is always some
smelted
vapor.
some one night in the shop with a acetylene torch, and
You
I
can
vaporized
fuse
it.
gold onto blown glass.
Yeah, I had a nice little bead going, and I thought I'd heat it just a little more, and it went poof, and it was gone. That was the end of it, and I just stood there like, uh-oh. But yeah, enough heat, it will evaporate. It will go to small enough particles that it's like all over.
Is that how they fume it onto blown glass?
Not sure.
No, I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure either.
Okay.
I've always wondered about that.
It would have been in a liquid. It was
Correct.
not liquid gold.
No, it
It
was
was
small particles.
Gold in solution. And
Kind of like if you dissolve sugar in water to make rock candy, people.
yeah,
It'll
So-
dissolve to a certain amount, and then
Let's
it'll
say-
come right back out.
at a high enough temperature and the right chemistry, water will dissolve gold. The reason you usually find it along with quartz and iron is because in a hot solution, three minerals that come out at almost exactly the same temperature is quartz, iron sulfide, and gold. So if you got all three in solution, and what's precipitating it out of solution is a drop in temperature, you're going to get all three at the same time. And that's why they're so commonly found together. So anyhow, that's kind of what happens there. Yeah, all liquids have a vapor pressure. Some is much lower than others. I imagine the gold vapor pressure at the melting point is pretty low.
Random pro tip, people. Tuna melt in a bowl. Tuna, 1.5 ounces of Tillamook, sour cream, Tillamook, onion and chive, cream cheese, and 1 ounce of cheddar. Melt in microwave for a minute and a half.
Yep. No, it was not meteors that punctured the mantle and got pushed under by plate tectonics. It's mainly the crust of the earth that gets recycled with plate tectonics. And the magma that's formed will have mineral-rich components, and sometimes the heat of that molten rock as it rises through the solid crust heats groundwater and causes hot water to dissolve minerals and stuff. Jeff says, yeah, 4,892 degrees is the boiling point of gold. I presume Fahrenheit. Yes, someone 7. There is a fairly simple method to differentiate between 24 and 18 karat gold. They have, it's basically called a streak plate. It'll be a ceramic plate. And then they have different strength acids. And because the purer the gold is, the harder it is to dissolve. You make a streak on the ceramic plate with the piece of jewelry. It doesn't take much off. You just leave a little polish spot. And then you put a drop of acid on it that you think is, approximately correct, but on the low side, and see if it dissolves. If it doesn't, then you put the next stronger acid on and like that. And they're all labeled as to which, if it's 14 karat gold or less pure, this acid will dissolve. And like that. And they make these simple kits. They're not terribly expensive.
No, they're not. No.
About $50, I think, but I'm not sure.
I think you could find them even cheaper on Amazon or whatever.
Could be.
A lot of the pawn shops and gold buyers and that have gone to XRF, because when you've got a big enough piece of gold or a ring or something, XRF is pretty accurate to write exactly what it is. Jewelry is fairly easy with XRF, so a lot of the dealers now have gone to XRF just because it's fast and it's effective.
He used an oxyacetylene torch, the doofus.
Yeah, I got it. I went a little hot. So ideally do not use an oxyacetylene torch for melting gold. Use a good propane torch or a MAP torch, or ideally a furnace, that you've got a containment.
Smoking. All gold is from space, but so is our planet. The gold that we find here on Earth condensed with all the rest of the debris that made Earth. It's not from meteorite impacts in terms of the Earth didn't have any gold and then a meteorite hit that had a lot of gold in it. That's not how it worked. The gold was here, and the geologic processes have concentrated it using groundwater or magma, things like this, to where as the undifferentiated mass as it cools, etc., different things settle out at different times, and that's how you get the concentrations.
Roberts, not necessarily always a volcano, but volcanic activity, which is your faulting and your land changes, can set the geology for a heavy mineral deposit. It doesn't necessarily have to be a volcano, but volcanic activity is, what broke the mantle or tip parts of the earth or raised mountains.
And provided the heat.
And right, you needed the heat and pressure and ideally hot water or steam or some kind of chemical process there.
Well, there's also what they call magmatic
Waters, right.
As the magma cools, one of the last things it does is it gives up solutions. It's got water dissolved in it.
Right.
And so when it gets to where most of the minerals are solid, what's left is this super concentrated solution. And that provides a lot of mineral deposits also. Let's see. And the volcano doesn't have to be there anymore. Somewhere in the past.
Correct.
There's some stuff in Australia that's from a volcanic range of islands like hundreds of millions of years ago. Does Mars contain gold? Probably to some extent.
Mars answered that.
I say, but it's if it's been concentrated, you might be able to see something of use. But if it hasn't been, and I think in the past Mars had volcanism, but I don't think it had plate tectonics for any length of time. But yeah, I'm sure it has some somewhere. Whether it's got deposits of gold, that's a good question. It would be too expensive to get there. I doubt if I'll make it to Mars, although, my buddy Elon, he's working on it. So who knows? He might call me up. Yo, you ready? I know she'll be. Absolutely. I'm not so sure. I get motion sick. So I'm not sure I can handle 9 months of free fall. But yeah, I know someone in this house that'd be happy to go. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
As long as I'm only traveling with conservatives.
Good luck with that.
Okay, now I'm going to do a quick primer here on leaching, why you leach, and the basic process of leaching. Now, you start with your gold deposit, and you'll have a rock, and it's got gold in it. Now, if these pieces of gold are big enough, then you can crush the rock and recover them just like you would placer gold with a sluice or a jig or something
Gravity
like that.
recovery.
Exactly, a gravity recovery. And that works in some instances.
Right.
In general, that would be a high-grade vein.
Definitely.
It's going to be a pocket.
Yep.
Okay. The lower the grade, the less time these individual particles have to build. And they will tend to be smaller.
Mm-hmm.
So, as this has limited usefulness in gold mining, in terms of hard rock gold mining, gravity separations have limited utility.
Right.
Okay.
There's a place for them, though.
There's a place for them. So, most gold-containing rock has little pieces of gold. Now, I'm not even sure that's going to show up on the camera. Okay.
Yeah, it actually is there.
But that's a good analysis because most of these would be invisible to the naked eye anyway.
Correct.
Okay. This is your ordinary gold ore in hard rock. Now, the problem to get that gold by using gravity techniques or flotation, you have to crush the rock fine enough so that those individual particles are broken free. That's going to be pretty fine.
Yep, liberate the particle size.
To get mineral liberation is going to be... Now, with leaching, all you need to do is get what they call mineral exposure, which means as long as that thing is close enough to the surface of the rock particle
Or on it.
that your leaching solution can get to it. If it's a porous mineral, it may be close to the surface. If it's not porous, it has to be on the surface. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let me know if there's anything I need to do.
No, so far we're good.
Okay. So, coarser gold is gravity or flotation. Finer gold is leaching. When you have a mix of particle sizes, you may do a combination thing. For example, if you have a high-grade gold ore that you can get 50% by gravity separation,
Yep.
well, that's a good thing, but you're throwing away 50% of your gold, and that's a bad thing.
Yep.
On the other hand, leaching is not as fast as dissolving salt in water. The chemicals work slower than that. So these big particles are going to take a long time to dissolve.
Right, you don't want that.
And so that means you're going to have it in a tank for a long time. So it becomes much more economical to gravity separate the coarse gold
Yeah,
or
if
float
you
it.
can liberate it, right, you can take that 50% and then
Right.
come to your leach.
Then you leach the fine gold.
Okay.
In the particular ore I'm dealing with right now, it's all fine gold.
Right.
I
Well,
mean,
real fine gold.
the biggest particles of gold I've seen are like, 100, 200 mesh. And those are the occasional ones. Most of them are around 500 mesh. And the vast majority of them are less than 2,000 mesh.
Yeah, which is
Okay.
not seeable,
Yeah.
not even close.
The experts over at Butte did electron microscope analysis, and 80% of the gold is less than 6.8 microns. So basically, as I like to say, this stuff makes powdered sugar look coarse. Okay? So in leaching, you need to get something that will dissolve the gold. Now, there's a number of things that will dissolve gold. Number one, you want it to be relatively inexpensive. Aqua regia is anything but relatively inexpensive. It's a very, very expensive thing to do. So you would only do that in a refining step.
Right.
Okay? It's also very toxic and very hazardous. Again, these are things you
right?
don't want to have. Special materials, blah, blah, blah. A long time ago, I think it was the late 1800s, they discovered that you can use sodium cyanide to dissolve gold. To keep the cyanide stable, you need to have a pH of at least 10.5. So you typically had to add lime to get that alkalinity up where you needed it, because the cyanide will break down when the pH drops below 10. Okay? So by adding lime and cyanide, they could dissolve the gold. It's not real fast, but it will work in reasonable periods of time. Your typical agitated tank leaching operations now for high-grade gold ores will have retention times in the neighborhood of 48 to 72 hours. In other words, they're actually agitating and actively leaching for 2 to 3 days. Okay?
And they can change out.
And then they've dissolved the gold, and it's kind of a continuous flow process, but that's
right.
the overall retention time. Now, when you leach the gold, you put it into solution. But guess what? Number one, it's fairly low concentration. And number two, nobody wears solution. Nobody makes devices out of solution. Nobody makes jewelry out of solution. You have to get it out of solution. This is typically...
Here's where we're at.
This is typically where it starts getting complicated, because dissolving something and then getting it back can be simple, like salt.
Yeah.
Dissolve it in water, filter out solid impurities,
Evaporate off
evaporate
the
the water,
and got the salt.
It's pretty good. Okay. With gold, you want something that'll absorb the gold, in this case, cyanide complex, or in our case, what I'm trying to do, the gold sulfur complex, that's thio is sulfur,
Right. Yep.
out of solution relatively selectively. Number one, you don't want it to be absorbing your leaching chemical. You don't want it to strip the cyanide out of the solution, just the gold. Okay? And again, many years ago, before they had that selectivity, they used to use cementation by zinc. You would take your solution and you would, first of all, put it under a vacuum to get the oxygen out. You don't want oxygen in there because it just reacts with the zinc. Then you would run it through a filter. And then you would add zinc dust to it. And then you filter it again. The zinc dust would react with the solution, replace the gold. By getting rid of the oxygen, the gold can't redissolve. Oxygen is critical for cyanide dissolution.
Okay.
Okay, so by getting rid of that, it's not going to reverse the process. Okay, and then you filter out the solid, which contains gold, and then you smelt it. Okay, this was called the Merrill-Crowe process. I think Merrill came up with the dust part, and Crowe came up with the get rid of the oxygen first and it makes it better stuff.
Okay.
So Merrill-Crowe. Now, let's see. The problem with this is you have to deoxygenate it. You want to have a pretty good concentration of solution, or you're going to have a lot of zinc dust with very little gold.
So did they have like a zinc oxide, like a powder? Is that how they were doing that?
Zinc powder.
Yeah, right. Okay.
It's powdered zinc.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I've got some at the lab now. I just took out of. I should have
my
saved it
dad
for
dealt with zinc all the time, but it was all in bars mainly when they were melting.
It's powdered zinc,
Yeah.
and that's to get maximum surface area for minimum mass.
Right.
Okay. So this works okay on concentrated solutions like what we have if it was cyanide, an ounce to the ton. Well, that'll work.
Sure. Yeah, effective.
And so if you're using Merrill-Crowe, some of the things like recycling the solution through the pile and stuff would make a lot of sense. They came up with something that works better at getting it out of solution, and it's carbon. Okay? If you run this through charcoal, then the gold sticks to the charcoal and the cyanide keeps going through. Okay? Now this works very well at low solution strengths.
Okay.
At much lower concentrations, this will work just fine. And the carbon just sits there getting more and more and more gold.
Loaded. Yeah.
Until you're ready to process it. So if you have a less concentrated solution, you just load it for a longer
So
period of time.
usually here they use coconut fiber carbon.
Yeah, coconut
Why,
shell charcoal.
why coconut? What is the standout point to that?
Two things. Number one, porosity.
Okay.
The coconut shell is kind of porous.
I've seen we had some up at
It's also
camp.
tough.
Okay.
It doesn't crumble easily because it's got
it
the
doesn't
fiber
break down.
reinforcement.
It doesn't keep breaking down.
Yeah,
Okay.
because if you have carbon and it's say 612, it'll go through a 6 mesh screen and be rejected off a 12 mesh screen. And then you put this in the solution and it's stirring around. It's even worse in a carbon and pulp system.
Right.
It gets abraded. Now all those little teeny carbon dust particles have gold on them, and it's gone forever. Because it takes off and it will not give that gold back up again. Okay?
Okay.
So the problem with carbon is that it tends to abrade and it has moderately low loading factors compared to resins. Okay? The newest is what they call resin, and these are plastics which will absorb stuff out. Now the most common way you run into these is in a water softener.
Right.
That's exactly
Resin
what the water
pellets.
softener
Yep.
is.
Resin pellets.
It sucks out the
Iron or calcium.
calcium or
Yep.
whatever,
Yep.
and gives you purer water. Well, resin will also do the same thing. These little resin beads will grab the gold. And in many ways, it's very, very similar to carbon. Okay. The advantage is you can have higher loading factors. Sometimes you can get better selectivity if you got a lot of other, like say copper in there. Some resins can be more selective to just grab the gold.
Okay.
and there's very little abrasion loss because they're plastic. They're tough.
Right.
So the negative is they're a little more expensive. Okay. Resin costs more than carbon. Okay. So this is where they tend to be going now because of the higher efficiencies. If you are in an agitated leaching set thing, then those abrasion losses become much bigger with the carbon. So there's very little carbon in leach anymore. It's almost all resin in leach.
Because of the loss.
The cost of the resins has come down. The losses are minimal.
Well, like here, when they didn't actually strip that, they just smelted it, didn't they?
You can't.
You can strip it, I know that, but usually in the coconut fiber,
The big mines all strip it.
strip it. Right.
Okay.
Well, historically, I guess they just smelted it at that point. Melted. You just
I'm
took
not
it out.
sure back then, but yes, you can smelt it.
Yeah.
So that makes perfect sense.
Right.
Okay.
I know you can strip it, but yeah.
You can smelt this too. You can ash the resin and
Yeah, but
smelt
then
it also.
but if you can strip it, you can keep reusing your
You can
resin.
reuse it.
Right,
It's
to
less
a certain
expensive.
point. I mean,
Exactly.
I don't know how they dictate at what point you've got to change that out, but it does have a longevity
Yeah.
to that purchase.
As you keep recycling back and forth,
you're adding
the particular
Right.
sites tend to get stuck. Okay. You'll get some chemical in there that doesn't want to come out.
so they load.
And so once they lose their activity past a certain point, then they will take this, send it off for ashing and smelting.
Okay.
They won't just throw it away in the dump.
Right.
Okay. Same with this. Okay. Now, there's another way you can get the gold out of solution.
Hang on. I'm gonna just shut this light off.
Okay.
That'll show that bottom a little better there.
Okay. And that's called direct electrowinning. If you pass this solution between two electrical plates, anode, cathode, the gold will tend to stick to the cathode. Now, the thio complexes don't electroplate as well as the cyanide complexes. Cyanide has a lot of advantages. The disadvantage is it's toxic and it's politically incorrect.
Well, that's
right
the
now.
biggest problem. It's not as toxic anymore as the political problem.
Yeah, it can be handled safely.
It can. It
If
definitely
you're allowed
can.
to handle
Yeah.
it. But anyhow, direct electrowinning is currently only really economical on higher concentration solutions
Mhm.
because per unit of volume moved, it tends to be more expensive. The thing is, it's also one step. Now you're ready for smelting.
Now you're gonna back up.
Yeah. With these, okay, so now we've got the gold in carbon or we've got the gold in resin. Now what the hell do we do?
Now we strip.
Okay. And as he said, that's where the stripping circuit comes in.
So far, everybody's following along.
Okay.
I think.
And I guess Chris is back for a little
Yep.
bit. So anyhow, good. Any mistakes I made up till now, he missed.
He'll call you on them.
He'll probably review the video. Oh no.
No, what'd you do?
But anyhow, now that you've got gold in carbon or gold on resin, now you got to get it off of that. See, this is why we tried direct electrowinning first.
Yep.
Because if we could get rid of that adsorption, desorption step, life would be a lot simpler. It's not working. We may yet make it work, but it's literally going to take a breakthrough.
So why don't you redraw that there?
Okay.
And we'll give you some room here.
So here we've got carbon and resin. Now, depending upon the resin, and resin will work in a thio leach system. Carbon doesn't. Carbon does not absorb that sulfur complex of gold worth of crap.
Okay.
Now, this is useful if you have an ore that contains carbon. Because if you
Carbon will
have,
grab carbon.
because that carbon, even though it's not activated, it will grab the gold.
Okay.
So if you have a rock, and you've seen rock that has carbon in it,
Oh yeah.
you know, not just coal, but I mean, It has carbon in there
Mhm.
sometimes. Well, a carbonaceous ore will become what they call preg-robbing. The gold will dissolve in the cyanide, then the pregnant solution will be robbed by the ore itself, by the carbon in the
Right,
rock.
so you get
And so
a
you're
double
just moving
effect,
it from
right,
one spot of the rock to
another.
the other.
Yep.
And this can be deathly efficient at destroying your recovery. It can be anywhere from just an expense to just utterly obliterating your recovery. Okay.
Yep.
In order to get rid of the carbon, well, you take it, heat the rock till it's glowing hot in the presence of oxygen. How expensive is that? And
The
real
energy
expensive.
costs go through the roof.
You can put it in a giant pressure cooker with oxygen, which is a little less expensive, but still quite expensive.
Still expensive.
Or as they did in the Gold Strike mine in Nevada, they switched to a thio-based leach for the preg-robbing ores. Okay? And that meant you no longer have to work about it's not preg-robbing on thio-leach solutions, only on cyanide leach solutions.
Okay.
Okay? The negative is, in a thio solution, you can't use activated carbon. So, carbon is cyanide only. Sorry, cyanide or resin. And the thio is resin only. Okay? So, the cyanide is a little more versatile, but because it's got issues, sometimes you can't use it, as in Montana.
Right.
So we're in the thio. Now it is nice, I must admit, I've worked with a lot of cyanide. It's nice not to have to worry, I got a little on my hand, it
all
don't matter.
over your clothes.
I'm
or
doing tests in the
yeah.
kitchen here, no big deal.
Right.
Don't have to clean up with bleach just to make sure I get rid of the cyanide. Stuff like that. It is nice. But both of these, now you've got to get it back off the adsorbent. Now, by the way, that's adsorption with a D. It's not absorption. It's not like a sponge. It sticks to the surface. It doesn't penetrate inside. So you got adsorption onto these things. So guess what you're going to have to do to get it off? Desorption. Okay? Now, in carbon, you use, well, what we used was 2% cyanide and pH 14 with lye.
So it's a pretty hot solution.
190 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay? So, we had boiling hot solution with enough cyanide to kill you on contact and dissolve your flesh in seconds. Okay? This is
Where it gets bad.
This is where it gets hazardous.
Right.
Okay, up to this point, you have intermittence. When you're mixing the solid cyanide in the solution, you can get some dust that could kill you. This stuff is deadly serious crap.
Yeah. Burns.
You wear your frickin' personal protective equipment. You move slowly. You think carefully, because this stuff will eat you alive, except you'll hit the ground dead before you're eaten up. Okay? It's some
Well, at least
nasty
you'll hit
stuff.
the ground dead before you're eaten. I mean, come on now. Let's look on the bright
Yeah.
side here.
We just used activated carbon, Chris. I'm thinking he's talking to thio. Yeah, they can somehow activate carbon to where it'll do thio. So, when you take this carbon and subject it to these extreme conditions, it redissolves the gold. Now, you start out with a solution that's maybe, a tenth of an ounce, a tenth of 100th of an ounce, 1,000th of an ounce per ton gold in a heap leach solution.
Right.
And this solution here runs out ounces to the ton. Okay? This concentration allows you to run it through your electroplating system. Okay? Run it through here, and the gold winds up on your cathode. What we used at the mine I was at was steel wool, because it's easy to dissolve away from the gold sludge.
Sure.
Okay? But you have to put the gold back in solution. All these do is gather the gold from the leaching solution, which has the characteristics to make it leach effectively and economically.
Right, what you're doing.
Increase the concentration, and also, like from this resin, you can use different solutions to strip, and you might go to a much more conductive solution, for example. Okay, this is where we're working on here. We have some literature that will help guide us. This particular step here, they talk about two different types of resins. A strong base, strong base cationic resin, and a weak base cationic resin. The difference is the weak base would load to like 2 ounces per ton, and the other would load to like 25 ounces per ton.
So your resin system here, you're actually using as an upgrade. You're upgrading
It's a concentration.
concentration
That's
of gold.
That's
so you're
it.
concentrating it quite a bit then.
Yes.
Okay.
And then when you strip it off the resin, you can also play more chemistry with the resin than you can with the ore. The ore is much more complicated than the resin.
Mm-hmm.
The weak base resin, as I recall, it's a lower loading, but it was much more selective.
Mm-hmm.
You pretty much wouldn't get much except gold. The strong base resin was less selective.
So you get the copper, the
So
silver.
you get the copper, things like that. So they used a 2-step desorption process. And one,
because they were trying to get those
they're trying to get rid of them.
get rid of them. Okay.
You want to open up those binding spots again.
Okay.
So you wash those away first so you don't have them on your gold cathode. Okay?
Okay.
So that's basically what it is. It's called desorption in general, and in this particular case, it's elution. Don't ask me why. Okay? And then this goes again to an electrolytic cell. The cathode, if you started with, say, gold leaf, then you'd have pretty much a fairly pure gold cathode. If you use something else that you can dissolve, so much, easier to say, like steel wool is nice because it's easy to dissolve.
Sure.
But this entire process is a complication you would like to avoid, which is why we're trying to.
Well, it adds
go
a
straight
whole
to here.
right. It adds a whole nother level in there. But if you can load your resin to a higher concentration, it's probably inevitably it's probably worth it after all.
There's another.
I mean, granted, if you could have made this work, oh man, you'd have had it already.
Yeah. There's another potential positive there too.
Yeah, Goldstream. Hey, Chris, thanks for filling that in too. That's kind of neat. You can kind of type that in there and help these other people,
Okay. What's another potential advantage of using a step like this?
Well, I think if you can increase your loading, especially like in the resin there for what you're doing, if you can increase that when you go to this step, you're going to have quite a bit of gold.
Another thing, security.
That's
this
true
can be
too.
done in a relatively unsecure area.
Right. Where here, this could be done
This
somewhere
can now
else
be
off-site.
It can be done off-site. For example,
Yep.
it used to be in Mexico, you could not ship gold out of the country. You could ship loaded carbon.
Ah. Well, yeah, that creates a problem, doesn't it?
And so you chip the carbon out and refine it over here. If you have a situation where the security is questionable, by leaving it in a form that is not useful to anyone without a lot of knowledge and equipment,
without knowing how to do it,
then you can ship it to a safe location to do the
finalize
final
it. Yeah.
stages.
Cool.
Okay? So that's another thing. It's like when you make your concentrates with the wash plant, then you refine them. The concentrates, you don't worry too much about the security. There's too much of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's too. But once you start, processing those concentrates, you're careful who's there and where you do it, and who knows about it.
Who knows what you're getting? And that,
Yeah.
I mean, I always question that even on the placer, as far as, when we get to Friday night or Saturday night, whenever we do a major cleanup for the week or something. I didn't want somebody bumbling down to the bar and telling them how good of a week we had. It's like, you guys can go home and I'll deal with it.
Well, and
because nobody needs to know.
That's another good point. Everyone out there, it's perfectly fine to tell people about your failures. Be much more careful about telling them about your
the successes. Yeah, they tell the wrong person, and it can turn bad. I mean, we had an incident here in Deer Lodge a few years ago where a guy died, and his wife hired a housekeeper to come and help clean up the house and get it ready to sell it. Well, the house cleaner unearthed a 1 kilo bar of gold hidden in the bed or something that the guy had. And his wife and kids didn't know about it. They didn't know he had a 1 kilo bar of gold, 40-pound bar of gold or whatever. They had no idea. Well, the housekeeper proceeded to go out for the evening to the bar and tell a bunch of guys at the bar, "You wouldn't believe what I found today." Well, she did tell the housewife about it, so the family knew about it. And
But nobody moved quick enough,
the mistake the family made is not first letting the housekeeper get out without making her shut her mouth. But she went down to the bar, told a few guys about it. Unfortunately, we got the meth problem and everything that everybody else has here. They went and basically kidnapped the mother and her son, took them out to the dump out here after they told them where the gold, and actually the son had quite a bit of silver. They took them out to the dump out in Powell County and shot them both and took the gold. Well, the cops luckily the guys were able to piece together what the hell happened, because they just disappeared and their dogs were still at home, and everybody's like, she'd never leave her dogs at home.
Yeah.
And they were able to piece it together and finally find this guy when he went over to Idaho or somewhere, tried to pawn off a 1 kilo bar of gold. They were able to actually catch him and prosecute him and send him to prison for 2 murders and a major theft. But it was that kind of situation that got set up because somebody opened up their mouth.
Yeah. Keep it quiet if you're successful, folks. Don't tell people. You can say, look, we're working on a mine over there. If they say, how much are you getting? Say, not much. You might say, paying the bills. That's about it. And, well, how do you get it? Well, we leach it out, and then we got this mill that'll get it out of solution.
Jeff has a good question there, because it does bring up kind of something you didn't cover here.
Well, there's a reason for that. There's 12,000 different ways of doing it.
Well, okay, but mention what are the couple you're going to try? And I mean, there'll probably be a video on this, guys.
Let's see.
Eventually.
Let's see if I can find that. Oops. Oh. Because again, we're still in the research phase now. Chris there might very well. Is this it? Damn it. Oh, jeez.
We're getting closer, guys.
I doubt it. I think it may actually be out at the lab. Let's see. Instructions on Eco Gold.
Well, that's a good answer, Adam. I mean, we're just, we're prospecting and looking. You don't have to pull out a vial with 1 ounce of gold and show them, oh yeah, this is what we did today. That's kind of a mistake.
Well, another thing you can do is if you're doing like hard rock gold, like we're doing. I'm not sure it's around here somewhere, folks, but
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
I say it's complicated. Different resins use different solutions to do the elution, different conditions. The Eco Goldex guy will be happy to sell us for $1,300 a big pressure cooker that'll do it. The literature we saw indicated that it can be done under normal temperature and pressure using certain chemicals, but that's about it. I like the vial of garnets.
yeah, I like that idea, Smoke, and that's a good idea. A little vial of garnets or some olivine or something. You know, we get some green stuff. You know, keep something that's entertaining
Pretty.
to look at. But
The other thing I say, when you're at hard rock gold, if you got some of the really microfine gold or whatever, you can say, yeah, this is what we have to get out of the rock, just to kind of show them what it looks like and show them, yeah, you can't get this out, dumbass. Don't mess with us, you know, because you're not going to do any good. And always accentuate the difficulties, and don't give any. And if somebody asks, they say, well, how much do you get? You say, that's confidential.
yeah,
You
don't
know?
be scared to say that.
Don't be afraid to say that's
No,
confidential.
I even had a lot of, the locals would ask me because they knew I was up there doing something. They'd ask, well, what are you doing up there? And I used to just tell them, I'm doing reclamation work. And that was the last question they asked me. They'd say, oh, yeah, I know other guys who do reclamation work. And that if I said gold mining, then 1,000 questions come out. They're your new best friend suddenly. Well, are you getting any? How much are you getting? How much you're running? It just goes on and on.
Well, and I mean, I do that. I say I'm gold mining. Details and stuff is like, I'm sorry, that's confidential. I can't discuss it without the principal approving it. That sort of thing. And I say, there's nothing wrong. People understand it's confidential. I'm not allowed to discuss it. That means shut up. But it's a polite way of doing it.
I think another way that I've kind of looked at handling it, and some guys made the comment, gee, we really wanted to see a cleanup, and that's fine. But I like to, if we're going to show cleanups, it's going to be something we did the season prior, that way there's that distance in there that, yeah, well, that gold's long gone. It's not sitting here on the shelf for somebody to break in tomorrow night and try to hunt for it.
As what Chris said, you only brag when you're done.
Right. You do it in the past, definitely in the past tense. I agree with Chris on that. If you're going to show the cleanups, you're probably better off to show them later than oh yeah, we just got home and here's the cleanup. Or, we're cleaning up the sluice box on this site. Well, there's $10 says somebody knows you're on that site. It might, most of the people watching would have no idea where you're at, but somebody very likely knows exactly where you're at.
Okay. Now, Chris brought up something a little bit back. He's talking about simultaneous capture and plating. He's got some concepts of using the resin to grab the gold out of solution and then plating it from the resin. I'm unfamiliar with this theory he has. He's a pretty smart guy, so
yeah, definitely.
I presume it probably has some merit. But he said, we need less slimes in the mix. Well, Chris, I think with the cover on the tailings pad, the stuff that comes out of there was pretty clean when it was coming out before. Now with the coverage, blowing dust shouldn't be a problem. And I'm working on the flocculant to get us nice, clean solution from the decanted material. It may be in the long run, we just dump it all on the pad, don't decant anything, just to use it for filtration. But that's one of the issues. Are you about ready to go, little one?
Yeah, I will be in just about 5 minutes.
I think we've overrun her start time. It's what,
Oh,
7:30?
I don't know.
What?
It's almost 8.
Yeah?
Yeah, you have. The goddess
We've been
shall
on a roll,
forgive you.
Keith.
The goddess what?
The goddess shall forgive you.
Oh, the
All
goddess
right,
shall
thank
forgive
you.
me.
Got to be on the right side of this, guys.
Okay. By the way, for everyone who showed up late, Eva's having surgery September 10th. That'll be a week from this coming Friday. I personally would request your prayers and such. The surgery shouldn't be that dangerous, but let's hope that what they find is something they can fix. That's not certain at this point, but anyhow, so I would ask for all your thoughts and prayers a week from Friday, and I will remind y'all next week. And that two Mondays from now, we're probably not going to have a live stream because she'll probably still be in the hospital.
I keep telling him I will probably be home and stoned out of my mind on medication, so I can sit back there and make muffled noises through all the bandages on my face.
That means we'll have a real peanut gallery.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, keep that away. She'll throw them at it.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'll be flying all right, Gulfstream. Who knows what they'll give me, but I'll be unconscious, which is fine with me. Trust me on this one. So, first of all, this week we're going to take a look at whatever is going on in the mining world for the moment. Hi, Smokin'. How are you? So, apparently, cobalt producers in a race to cover the growing supply gap. The exponential demand growth for cobalt is placing pressure on producers to increase supplies to cover the growing supply gap, as electric vehicle penetration rates in auto production rise above 50% by 2030. New analysis by Bank of America Global Research has found. The bank's global commodity research team suggests 3 routes to bridging the supply gap: production increases at miners and refiners, improved processing technology, and recycling. Sibanye-Stillwater, which is repositioning its portfolio toward MIFs, metals important for future technologies, outlined in its 1H21 results that an increase of requirements for EV production is already starting to have substantial implications for battery metal supply and is expected to accelerate. The resultant increased demand for battery metals to support a prolonged expansion of the global battery electric vehicle fleet over the next 2 to 3 decades is going to require commensurate increase in the supply of battery metals. Primary expansion of the scale is needed to meet BEV growth, and it will be challenging. As an alternative source of supply, recycling is therefore likely to become a more significant contributor to battery metal supply as batteries and vehicles start reaching the end of their useful lives in increasing numbers toward the end of the decade and a circular economy is established. They have this real fascination with circular economies. They have yet to show a case where one actually works. Okay? Mine expansions are already happening. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, Jinshuang Group International is developing the 10,000-ton Musanoi project, which should start by 2024. China Molybdenum is working on 2 projects, expanding Tenke Fungurume by 17,000 tons from 15,000 tons. At the same time, the company is also proceeding with the as-yet undeveloped Kisanfu site, a project it initially acquired from Freeport-McMoRan. Reflecting concerns over the supply of battery raw materials, China's battery manufacturer CATL took a 23.75% stake in Kisanfu 4 months ago. Glencore is also restarting the 25,000-ton Mutanda mine, currently the most prominent site globally. While Indonesia's HPAL project should deliver more cobalt units in the coming years, ultimately supply growth starts tailing off from 2024. This raises the risk of cobalt shortfalls turning into a constraint to EV battery production. So what else can the industry do? Exactly, Chris. Me stoned on a live stream would probably get us in trouble with YouTube. Oh well. Then there's always Rumble. I have heard Rumble is good. Beyond investing in new operations, B of A says, miners should also address processing technology. Cobalt recovery rates have been traditionally comparatively low since the primary focus was on extracting copper, which opens up 2 opportunities: production increases by boosting recovery rates and the retreatment of tailings and slags. Meanwhile, recycling, especially EV batteries, remains in its infancy. Notwithstanding, car manufacturers attribute increased importance to secondary materials, with Volkswagen looking to recycle about 97% of all raw materials in the battery packs from 53% at present. A few obstacles need to be overcome to accomplish these recycling targets. Oh, really? I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. You know, including inefficient collection infrastructure and lack of steady supply, technological challenges and safety concerns, inefficiencies, and a lack of profitability at recycling operations, and a low demand for used products. All these issues look surmountable, with Sumitomo highlighting recently that the performance of batteries using their recycled material was equivalent to that of batteries manufactured using existing raw materials derived from natural resources. Well, there's kind of a few things to unpack in there. First of all, the increasing pressure on cobalt is going to be causing a lot of long-term changes and upheavals in the African cobalt mining sectors. Because right now you've got all kinds of intersection going on. You have artisanal cobalt miners in Africa that are working under horrific conditions. They are unsafe mining conditions. They are toxic mining conditions. Oftentimes there's conscript labor, slave labor, or child labor involved. And there is exploitation with the various tribal groups and warlords going on. Then you have exploitation of Africa as a continent from a mining perspective, from the point of view of China, because as we all know, China has tied up at least 80 to 85% of the world's base metals and various rare earths and metals involved in battery production. So there's going to be a lot of long-term upheaval that needs to be watched with this whole cobalt thing. I don't think they're going to have as much luck with the recycling as they would like to, because at least in America, the current regulatory environment makes recycling of many things as difficult, if not more so, than, say, mining base metals. As Jim and Bear were discussing earlier, mining base metals is really tough to do at a profit in this country. And a big part of the reason for that is because a lot of these base metals are more toxic. The methods used to mine them are more environmentally damaging, and our regulatory environment has made it a not in my backyard thing. It's now being done overseas in third world countries and in China, because we don't want it happening in America, even though we have the technology and we have the regulatory framework to do it safer, to do it more efficiently, to do it more profitably, and to do it without exploiting children and ethnic minorities and convicts and slaves. But of course, the environmentalists who run our regulatory environment really don't care about the environment in the first place. If they did, they'd be doing things a lot differently. So, yeah. And yes, Adam, I'm getting tired of YouTube personally, and I agree with the new video platform thing. I am definitely looking at Rumble and smoking, yeah, recovering battery materials, and also e-waste recovery is a big thing. And that is one thing that this Eco Goldex would be really good for, is e-waste recovery, because if we are going to move toward this whole greeny, weeny 2030 stuff that is extremely scary and, as we all know, is never going to work, there's going to be a need for this stuff. Whether people like it or not, whether the regulatory framework will allow it or not, there's going to be a need. No, that is Bear's microwave truth seeker. Bear is eating re-microwaved cheeseburgers. Mm-hmm. I actually tore my mouth up and was bleeding for several hours today because I decided, darn it, I'm going to chew as much as possible before this whole surgery thing goes down, because living off the blender for months has been a real pain, and living off the blender with no choice whatsoever for months after the surgery is going to be a real pain. But that tuna melt in a bowl I did earlier was really, really good. I will say that is the best way to do a tuna melt. So let's see what else is going on in the mining world here. How Afghanistan's $1 trillion mining wealth sold the war. As you may have heard, today was officially the last day in the 20-year war in Afghanistan. The last couple of planes took off out of Kabul. I don't think I have to remind everyone that we're all partying like it's 1975 at this point. And unfortunately, reports on the ground are that, yeah, busloads of Christians, orphans, special visa holders, and American citizens were turned away from the airport by United States 82nd Airborne personnel. As we all know, we lost some troops in a suicide bombing that it turns out the administration actually knew about. This should come as a surprise to absolutely no one. As we all know, our administration is anything but. Okay, so we're not going to discuss that. We're going to discuss the mining aspect of Afghanistan and how their trillion-dollar mining wealth sold the war. After the fall of Kabul, U.S. media regurgitates a 2010 New York Times front page story. The New York Times. They belong in a litter box, but we're going to read this anyway. On Afghanistan's mineral riches based on a secret Pentagon memo and a 1977 Soviet geologic map. Now, it's not something that the mainstream media is talking about at the moment, but both China and Russia are now in a nice little wrestling contest to see who is going to get the biggest stake of Afghanistan's very large and very rich mineral deposits. Afghanistan is a really good resource for either of these countries for this reason. It was a really good resource for the CIA for opium, but we're not going to go there either because the feds would get upset. It is a really good resource for rare earths and other metals because it is in a very geographically convenient part of the world. You can get everything to Russia, you can get everything to China, you can get everything to Africa, you can get everything to Europe. They have a very tribal, very primitive government going on over there that is extremely susceptible to bribery and a few other things. They have no environmental regulations. They have no safety regulations. They have no labor exploitation regulations. And they have a captive population. So, yeah, this is a wonderful place to open up extremely exploitative mines. So, after the fall of Kabul, we're looking at a 2010 report here. Search for Afghanistan minerals, and you will get dozens of articles written in the last few days, quoting a magical $1 trillion number, including gems like the Taliban are sitting on $1 trillion worth of minerals the world desperately needs. CNN. Well, we've noticed CNN and the truth have,
we can't explain it.
only coincidentally collided every once in a while.
Service.
Afghanistan, Taliban to reap $1 trillion mineral wealth. Biden just handed Afghanistan's mineral wealth to China. That was in Newsweek. China eyes Afghanistan's $1 trillion worth of minerals with risky bet on the Taliban in Bloomberg, and so on. All the $1 trillion articles are derived from a breathless June 2010 New York Times front page story and interview with General David H. Petraeus. Wow, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. During which the commander of the U.S. forces in Afghanistan referenced a U.S. Department of Defense internal memo. Oh, so now the military-industrial complex has entered the chat. The story of how the vast scale of Afghanistan's mineral wealth was discovered by a small team of Pentagon officials and American geologists by the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist James Resin opens with a bang, emphasis added. The United States has discovered nearly $1 trillion in untapped mineral deposits in Afghanistan, far beyond any previously known reserves, and enough to fundamentally alter the Afghan economy and perhaps the Afghan war itself, according to senior American government officials. Are those people as reliable as anonymous sources with knowledge of the president's thinking? Come to think of it, does our current president think at all? Other than about chocolate chip ice cream? The previously unknown deposits include huge veins of iron, copper, cobalt, gold, and critical industrial minerals like lithium are so big and include so many minerals that are essential to modern industry that Afghanistan could eventually be transformed into one of the most important mining centers in the world, the United States officials believe. The tale of the $1 trillion treasure trove, which has more than a whiff of Indiana Jones about it as retold by the New York Times, begins 3 years after the U.S. invaded Afghanistan. In 2004, American geologists sent to Afghanistan as part of a broader reconstruction effort. How do you reconstruct something that's Stone Age? Okay. Stumbled across an intriguing series of old charts and data at the library of the Afghan Geological Survey in Kabul that hinted at major mineral deposits in the country. At first, the American geologists only found hints of these huge big veins, but they soon learned the data had been collected by Soviet mining experts during the Soviet occupation in the 1980s. And why don't you start looking for questions here? How soon did the American geologists learn it was a Soviet study? Perhaps when they looked at the author page of the intriguing charts and data and saw Abdullah S.A. Shimirov, Stahilo Aslake, blah, blah, blah. Large list of Russian names. Looks like part of a Tolstoy novel there. Contrary to the article, it was 2 years before the Soviet army invaded. What did Brezhnev know about Afghan minerals and when did he know it? And it was done under the auspices of the United Nations Development Program. Details. Well, let's not get sidetracked. Resin, also the recipient of the 2015 Rittenhour Courage Prize. What is the Rittenhour Courage Prize? Yeah,
Rittenhour.
Yeah, good question. The Rittenhour Courage Prize. What the heck is that, Bear?
I don't know.
Armed with the old Russian charts, the United States Geological Survey began a series of aerial surveys of Afghanistan's mineral resources in 2006 using advanced gravity and magnetic measuring equipment attached to an old Navy Orion P-3 aircraft that flew over about 70% of the country. Wow. Good reuse of vintage aircraft. I like that. If you have such advanced tech, shuttle radar, topography mission, SRTM, digital elevation models, why would you need Mineral Resources of Afghanistan 2nd edition and Techno Export? The reason is printed on the legend of the map the USGS produced after the SRTM DEM survey. The geological and mineral resource information shown on the map is derived from digitation of the original data from Abdullah and Shimirov and Abdullah and others. The classification of mineral deposit types is based on the author's interpretation of existing descriptive information and on limited field investigation by authors. Now, to me, that sounds like you've got a field report that was written by guys that did not spend much time in the field, which would not necessarily be surprising. The data from those flights was so promising that in 2007, the geologists returned for an even more sophisticated study. Yes, Bear? What is the
Rittenhour Courage Prize? 2004, Daniel Ellsberg. 2005, Seymour Hirsch. 2006, Gloria Steinem. 2007, Jimmy
Carter? Bill Moyers? Okay, I think we know what kind of a prize this is. We're not even going to look at the rest of the list here. So the Rittenhour Courage Prize is
George Soros.
George Soros has run one. Okay, so it's a participation trophy. I wonder how much it costs. Anybody got any idea what you have to pay to get awarded one of these?
No, you get $10,000,
but what do you have to pay to get awarded one? That's the question. It's a kickback scheme, Bear. The data for those flights was so promising that in 2007, the geologists returned for an even more sophisticated study. The handful of American geologists who pored over the new data said the results were astonishing.
Nothing changed since the last time I looked.
Astonishing. This even more sophisticated study used advanced spaceborne thermal emission and reflection radar, ASTER, data from the NASA's flagship Terra satellite, and the astonishing results are summarized in the USGS Afghanistan Ministry of Mines Joint Mineral Resource Assessment Team Preliminary Assessment of Non-Fuel Mineral Resources of Afghanistan, prepared in cooperation with the Afghanistan Geological Survey under the auspices of the U.S. Agency for International Development, August 2007. One can understand the New York Times would not want to confuse readers with mining jargon. But what the paper calls untapped mineral deposits, far beyond any previously known reserves, the USGS report defines as mean expected values of quantitative probabilistic estimates of undiscovered deposits. So, Bear, we need a translation.
What?
What is a mean expected value of quantitative probabilistic estimates of undiscovered deposits?
Will be kind of the average value of what they Not in terms of the actual recoverable profit.
Okay, that is what USGS called it. The paper called, what the paper called untapped mineral deposits far beyond any previously known reserves. The USGS report defined that way. Close enough. It's the New York Times. I'm quoting the article there. Abdullah et al. That said, there are some pretty mean expected values gleaned from the Aster and the SRTM-DEM non-discoveries, and the report outlines 34 ore bodies across 27 metals and minerals. However, of the 34 deposits outlined in the 3-page summary, only 4 were newly identified: mercury, potash, asbestos, and rare earth. And 4 were revised upward. That is, revised from the 77 report. The 26 deposit estimates from the Soviet scientists were simply copied over, and further study was recommended. Astonished but ignored. At this point in the article, Resin injects some tension into the story. The results gathered dust for more than 2 years, ignored by officials in both the American and Afghan governments.
Like the Constitution?
But the story doesn't end in a dusty library in Kabul or on the CD-ROM DVD storeroom of the USGS. In 2009, a Pentagon task force that had created business development programs in Iraq was transferred into Afghanistan and came upon the geological data. Until then, no one besides the geologists had bothered to look at the information, and no one had sought to translate the technical data to measure the potential economic value of the mineral deposits. Okay, I call raving bull hockey on that one. They knew damn well what was there, because Afghanistan has been known as a mineral breadbasket since biblical times, so that's nothing new there. Okay. Soon, the Pentagon Business Development Task Force brought in teams of American mining experts to validate the survey's findings, then briefed Defense Secretary Robert Gates and Mr. Karzai. Wow, both those names sound familiar too. Yep. So, in the midst of this long article, it is a very long article, and it's actually well written. The contention the author was making way back in 2010 is somewhat true, that one of the reasons Afghanistan is being squabbled over by so many nations is because there's a lot of stuff there that can be exploited. There is a government in place and a certain culture in place that makes exploiting it easier than it would be in other parts of the world. So in that, for once, the New York Times actually was not wrong.
What?
Well, you know, even a stop clock is right occasionally.
I'm shocked.
But yeah, that is one of the things that the media is putting out there now. They're beginning to toss out, first of all, playing the blame game as to, as we all know, it obviously is not Biden's fault at all, the way the draw down in Afghanistan has gone. Absolutely not. It couldn't possibly be the fault of Joseph Robinette Biden.
Since
We
he
all
can't
know
make
this.
decisions, we know
Yeah.
that.
Well, yeah, I mean, after all, as the man is prone to say, he's not supposed to answer that question. He gets lists of who he is supposed to call on and things like that, so we can't possibly blame him. So far,
Jake
the
is
media
watching.
has blamed Trump. The media has blamed conservatives. The media has blamed the American culture, racism, climate change, and now they are blaming the greed of Russia, Pandaland, and the United States to try to exploit the minerals of the poor Afghanis. The end result of all this is 13 coffins came home this week. Hundreds, 2000s of Americans are still in Afghanistan, and Senorita Circleback, the Ginger Queen.
I like Little Red Lying Hood.
Yeah, Little Red Lying Hood would have us believe that they're staying there by choice. Orphans, Christians, translators
Would you like
had
that
their names and
Little Red Riding Hood?
addresses turned over to the Taliban because, of course, the terrorists are going to protect them. They said they would. I'd say it's been a rather bad week in terms of diplomacy. But in the end, the people that are going to suffer the most are going to be the Afghanis, the ones that actually are not members of the Taliban, the ones that actually kind of sort of were going along with trying to make things a little more functional in that rather terrible part of the world. But be that as it may, we are out. Um, I will not lay any odds as to how long it will be before we are back in, but yeah, I'm betting that between the military-industrial complex, the intelligence complex, and the um, the group of individuals that passes as a legitimate administration at the moment, it's not going to be very long, sadly. You know, I mean, there's not much we can do about that. But in other news, and there is plenty of other news, Money Metals was speculating as to where do gold and silver prices go from here. One way to look at the price of gold is that it dropped from its high of around 1900 in early June. Another way is to zoom out and look at the big picture, the 10-year chart on gold and silver. For over 4 years after the peak around 1900, 10 years ago, the price of gold moved down. By September 2015, it was just over $1,000. Then it was a sideways market until 3 years ago when the price was well under $1,200. It's been 2 years rapidly rising to over $2,000 a year ago. Since then, it's been down and sideways to around under $1,800. The silver price has had a greater fall and didn't begin to rise until later. It was under $12 until the onset of the COVID lockdown. Its rise may have been later, but it was much faster, well more than doubling under a year to over $29 by early February this year. Since then, it has dropped, bounced, but not quite to the same level, then dropped further. The question is, where do we go from here? Well, we believe something changed in March 2020. Several somethings. Woohoo. One, governments took power they never had before in OECD countries, the power to lock down innocent, healthy people. The magnitude of the damage to the economy cannot be overstated. Two, governments dramatically increased their deficit spending. They had already been spending a lot more than their tax revenue. They'd already been borrowing without the means or intent to repay. But in the wake of COVID, they increased their spending while lockdown-afflicted taxpayers had less income and hence paid less tax. 3, the interest rate plunged. It's been in free fall for 4 decades, but it took a dramatic leg down after COVID. The 10-year Treasury yield had been 1.8% in January. It fell to 0.5%. The dollar is a debt instrument. It ultimately is the liability of the Federal Reserve backed by the debt of the U.S. government, which is backed by the capacity to tax everyone who produces within the U.S. jurisdiction. Technically, they tax people outside the U.S. jurisdiction too. Expats do have to pay taxes. One of the few countries that does that, by the way. And in the wake of COVID, production dropped while the amount of debt rose. The U.S. government therefore lurched closer to default. At the same time, the interest it pays to holders of this debt went down. Higher risk, less reward. And the opportunity cost to own gold, which usually pays no yield, is less. One may be tempted by a treasury paying 1.8%, but not so much at 0.5%. The interest rate on this 10-year treasury began to rise in August last year. It hit a peak under pre-COVID level in March of this year. Since then, it's been falling again. Many firms were obligated to borrow to stay afloat during lockdown. The higher their debt, the more they need dollar liquidity, which is harder to get when rates are higher. So at the same time that the marginal investor is tempted to sell gold and buy bonds to get the yield that's available once again, the marginal debtor is forced to buy dollar at any price. The price of gold in dollars is really just the inverse of the price of the dollar in gold. Now, that is an interesting statement. The price of gold moves inversely, not just to the interest rate, but to the spread between interest and time preference. Since the interest rate peak in 1981, we've been in a trend of falling time preference. So a falling interest rate did not by itself drive the price of gold higher. But now, near the zero bound, there is increasing divergence between the demand for dollars by the marginal saver and the marginal debtor. Thus, gold price volatility, though generally higher rates tend to soften demand for gold, and lower rates tend to drive demand for gold. Since March, the interest rate has been falling again, and our theory predicts the falling rate trend is still ongoing. Silver, like gold, is a monetary metal. It has stocks to flows measured in years, accumulated inventories divided by annual mine production, or decades. However, silver is consumed in many industries. A component of its demand comes from economic activity. Compare this to gold, whose demand is closer to the inverse of economic activity. The stock market may be up, GDP may be up, but far fewer people are employed now than before COVID. In real terms, the economy has contracted. Thus, silver's underperformance relative to gold. That said, silver is volatile. Sentiment can swing to both extremes, and extremes of sentiment can drive extremes of price that would not occur in gold. Sentiment for the white metal clearly perked up between March of last year and February of this year, and has clearly faded somewhat since then. Now, they do make a couple of very interesting points here, because we are still seeing more banks openly accepting and openly quoting a $50 average silver, a $3,000 average gold in the relative near future. Those numbers are being bruited about as pretty much inevitable. They've been accepted now. And as Jim said in his presentation, the price you actually get for the stuff is what it's actually worth. Anybody who has talked to a local coin dealer these days knows that many coin dealers are charging a 50%, 60%, even 100% premium to sell you your junk silver Mercury dimes, or your junk silver Roosevelt dimes, or your 1/10 of an ounce little gold panda coins, or other things like that. The real price, the real value of gold is what it costs you to buy it. This is not the case with a dollar bill. A dollar bill may say a dollar. That dude over there may take $3 of them to give you a gallon of gas, because you've all decided that these 3 pieces of paper are worth $3. They're not. We all know this now. I mean, take a look at what's going on with inflation these days. We'll get to that in a minute. But back to this article. As a side note, the basis tends to be higher when interest rates are higher. This is because market makers must borrow dollars to buy gold and sell futures. This carry trade is what limits the basis spread. For a fuller discussion of that, you're going to want to go to Money Metals, because it's serious finance stuff, big 10-cent words. I am an ersatz sort of a blonde, therefore the big 10-cent words kind of elude me. We would take the basis readings between March and August 2020 with a grain of salt. Lockdown caused logistical problems that interfered with gold carry, and we believe the basis during that period is spurious and not a real signal. It's obvious that the trend of falling scarcity ended as early as December 2018, and this trend accelerated through March of this year. Since then, basis has been sideways. But the thing to note, the elevated scarcity level is at just under 1,800 today. When scarcity began to rise in December 2018, the price was just over 1,200. The same features exist in silver as in gold. Although, if you take a look at the chart, and I don't think you guys can see the chart, but if you want to see the chart, you want to go to moneymetals.com to the news sections, where they talk about where gold and silver prices go from here. The supply and demand fundamentals of silver are stronger than they have been since the COVID crisis. This is not a predictor of timing, and does not mean gold-silver ratio cannot rise further. It means physical silver at this time is scarcer than gold. Silver tends to rise against gold during periods when the gold price is rising. So we have 3 indicators that the gold price is likely to move higher: macro supply and demand, and silver relative supply and demand. So there are people out there who agree with me that silver is a good thing to have. These dudes may like to go after the funny yellow metal. I like the nice, silver
Silver's
metal.
a good bet. And it's easy to.
Hi, Jake. How you doing, dude? And yes, Roberts, gas prices are going to go up, up, up. The hurricane pipeline is part of it. Other parts of it are regulatory pressures and supply chain and trucking pressures. We have a lot of problems going on in the transportation sector right now, not just in rail, but in road transport. So,
And the value of your dollar is going down.
oh yeah.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that's true, Patrick. Interest rates are something else. All kinds of weird stuff is going on in that regard. You have to wonder what's going on with these darn banks. You really do. Gold was at actually 1,812 today, which is not bad at all. Silver ended up at $23.98, according to Kitco, which is fine. There were some slight corrections after hours again. Remember, anything that happens after hours is almost assuredly fake. So I would not even bother paying attention after hours if I were you. And if anyone wants some interesting analysis on the Afghanistan situation, you might want to go to Zero Hedge. There's a lot of headlines here that probably can't be read out loud.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, there is a headline about the Taliban being crucial to China's Belt and Road domination strategy on Breitbart, which is absolutely true. Canadaland needs and wants to work with the terrorists. Russia does, but for different reasons. And between the two, I'd actually rather have the Russians, because the Russians would not hesitate to stomp on a few terrorists if they needed to. China does not care what terrorists do. Okay? That's just the way China is. I mean, after all, they don't care about using slave labor, convict labor. They don't care about harvesting body organs for a profit. They don't care about religious persecution. They don't care about doing all kinds of experiments on their own people. So I certainly don't think they would care about or have an issue with working with terrorists, no matter what the terrorists do. So between the two, I'd actually rather have the Russians there. I really would. I'm sorry. Apparently, somewhere in the world, a police drone collided with a plane that was trying to land. And yeah, it looks like the pilots were very lucky in that case. San Diego is proposing combating COVID misinformation. As a matter of fact, about 25% of the left has decided that it's perfectly all right to ban or stifle misinformation, even if the truth accidentally gets suppressed because it's for the greater good. We're not even going to go there tonight. We all know how that one ends up. Has anybody noticed any weird stuff being missing in stores lately? I mean, it's been interesting here in the sense
Weird stuff I can't find.
that the last time I went to Walmart, once again, 3 times in a row at Walmart, random brands of yogurt, one of them the one I wanted, ratio yogurt, have been out entirely. Okay, they finally had some ratio yogurt, so I grabbed some. Little odd things have been showing up missing around the country. For anyone who cans, really check your lids carefully, because recently people have been buying genuine ball lids, genuine cur lids, genuine pure lids. And when they open the undamaged boxes, the lids themselves are crimped in the seal area so that they will not safely seal. There apparently was a run of manufacturing defect going on in these products. I haven't opened any of my recent boxes, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed that when I do. And this has been happening not only in the boxes of lids when people can find them, it's also been happening in the cases of jars with lids and rings. People take them apart and go to can and discover that their lids are damaged. There's some sort of a mechanical defect somewhere in one of the 2 or 3 places in the entire country that actually make these lids. Go figure. As we have all heard, gas prices are going to go up again because hurricane, because pipelines, because etc. That is part of it. Part of it is also the deepening crisis in trucking and the deepening crisis in rail. Now, Bear and I took a couple of trips recently. First, we drove to Glacier, of course, and then the other day we drove to Missoula. And I commented to Bear. I did not comment the first time when we drove to Glacier or drove home because we were on entirely back roads. And my mind was saying there was something a little weird, but then it was saying, nah, it's just because it's back roads. I couldn't put a finger on it, but something was right. Well, we're driving to Missoula, and I finally put a finger on what is not right. There has been this growing sense of something that is not right every time we have gone out and about on I-15 and around town, into Townsend and everywhere. The ratio of big rigs to passenger vehicles has drastically changed. It has changed enough that I have noticed it. Now, I don't know if this happens to anybody else, but when we're bebopping down I-15, my brain is looking around. I'm playing license plate bingo. I mean, come on, everybody plays license plate bingo. I know y'all. I know you play license plate bingo, whether you admit it or not. But in the back of my mind, there's sort of a little car and truck and semi count going on. Hey, and you expect to see a certain rhythm at certain times of the day in certain areas of the country. You expect to have nobody around you on the road but big rigs. You expect to be in the middle of a convoy riding the rocking chair amongst 15 or 20 trucks. You expect to see big rigs outnumbering passenger vehicles 4-1, 5-1, and that ratio changes depending on the size of the road you're on, how far you are between cities, what time of the day it is. But when you live on the road enough, it is something that your brain automatically knows. And it has now reached a big enough discrepancy that it crossed over my radar threshold. And it finally dawned on me on the way to Missoula. I'm like, wait a minute. That's what's wrong. All the big rigs are missing. So then I started paying more attention to trains. I started paying more attention to trains because when we first moved here, last summer when we were up here, there were lots of trains full of all kinds of weird stuff going back and forth everywhere. We're talking 100-car, 150-car, 200-car trains. Big trains, all full of stuff going all over the place. Most of the trains I've been seeing lately, the variety of goods that are on these trains has decreased. The overall length of said trains has decreased. The number of empty cars on said trains has increased. It's kind of bizarre. It's just something I happen to notice. So I'm wondering, where is the stuff going? And why is stuff not getting from A to B? We've been discussing this here and there on Reddit, casually keeping each other informed. Like we'll see an article that says, there's been a shortage someplace. And so we'll all chime in and say, okay, well, I'm here in Helena, Montana, and this is what my grocery store looked like this week. This is the things prices have gone up on. These are the things prices have stayed stable on. This is the stuff that's missing. And all kinds of weird stuff is coming up missing. It is very, very interesting. I did hear some little rumbles and rumors here and there that there would be shortages in dish detergent that would become persistent, which kind of did not surprise me because dish detergent is one item that has been having progressively lower stock levels every single week in and week out at Walmart, and it's beginning to hit Winco now. And normally Winco doesn't have the stock problems that Walmart does. Up here, our Walmart has all the stock problems. Safeway and Albertsons also have stock problems, but they're less obvious. Winco almost never has stock problems. Now, why all of a sudden dish detergent is in short supply, I don't know. toilet paper is beginning to get a little sketchy here too. Don't know why that is either. Also, still have not figured out, if anybody can explain to me, there is no way that colored underwear should cost more than 35% more than white underwear. Okay? I don't buy the dye makes it more expensive thing. It's not a 35% more expensive item, but that's here and there, you know? Yeah, you hate doing dishes too, huh, Smoking? I really hate them. And yeah, there is a huge chlorine shortage in the pool industry, Wolfman. That's because the one and only chlorine bleach factory in the United States blew up or caught fire or something else happened to it. Coincidentally, not too long after that, it happened to another one and only factory in the United States in another industry. This is getting a little prevalent. It's funny how the one and only is the one that always has a disaster. I don't get that. Yeah, I agree, Truth Keeper. We all would like to see those borders get properly managed, shall we say. But I would recommend that people start keeping track of what's going on. Now, Bear here was not doing it before now, but I have finally convinced Bear with my little OCD self. He will make me feel much happier if he cleans and reuses the spark plugs rather than just relying on being able to buy another set for bugs all the time. Okay.
I have a spark plug cleaner I can use now.
He's got a spark plug cleaner he can use now because he may say, you know, well, they're there. There are more and more things in the world that when you go to buy them are no longer there, people. This is something we all need to start considering. So anyway, it's a good idea to start stuffing a mattress. You know, I would advise you put the hard change on the bottom so it acts like a box spring and then pile the bills on top of it because it makes for a better sleep experience that way. But this is a good time to remove your money from Chase if you are using Chase. I don't know if anybody noticed, but all out of the blue this week, Chase decided that they were going to cancel a gentleman named Michael Flynn's credit card account. Now, Mr. Flynn apparently has a very good credit rating. He has never missed a payment. He's never done anything wrong. They canceled his credit account and decided that they didn't want his bank account information or his business because it might have a negative effect on their reputation. Now, this is very bizarre because Mr. Flynn was not a spokesperson for the company. In fact, Mr. Flynn, who used to wear a uniform, I think we all know which Mr. Flynn I'm talking about. I'm not going to say his name because, you know.
Algorithms.
Yeah, algorithms, those things. Mr. Flynn was not an official spokesman for the company. To nobody's knowledge, nobody knew that Mr. Flynn banked with Chase or had a Chase Visa card or a Chase MasterCard or anything like that. It was never mentioned. The only people who brought it up was Chase. Now, if Chase was actually worried about a negative impact on their reputation, you would think that they would have very, very quietly canceled Mr. Flynn's bank account and canceled his credit card and then covered it up to make sure nobody found out that he had been a customer in the first place. Kind of like the Swiss did with the Nazis back some time ago. Kind of like a few other banks have done with Second Amendment companies in the recent past. You only find out when those companies get their financial lives utterly and completely screwed that it has happened because they come forward and say, hey, our bank canceled all our crap because we sell products that certain political parties find objectionable. Okay? But in this case, Chase did pretty much exactly the opposite. They were so worried about their reputation that they canceled this guy's shit. And nobody knew that this guy used their service at all. So then they went out and announced to the entire world that they had booted him as a customer due to reputational concerns. And people wonder why I keep saying bank local. Okay, we now have B of A, and we have Chase, we have Fifth Third, and we have Capital One. Those are just the ones I can think of off the top of my head that have, over the past couple of years, proactively decided to boot customers that never did a damn thing wrong to them. They were not late on their bills. They were not overdrawing themselves all the time. Some of those customers gave them hundreds of thousands of dollars that they could loan to other people. And that bodes rather ominously for the rest of us. Because one of these days, it's not going to be confined to just people like Mr. Flynn, who is a somewhat public figure, who hadn't done a darn thing wrong. PayPal is already doing it to smaller businesses. PayPal's been doing it to smaller businesses for quite a while. That's why I really would prefer not to use them, but there's nobody better. So we're kind of stuck with PayPal for the internet stuff. But I really would advise you to start thinking about the idea that it might be a good idea to really read the terms of service in your banking information, because if you really read the terms of service in Chase, it turns out that basically your money isn't yours anymore once you give it to them anyway. So it's kind of getting to be a good idea to maybe start storing your money outside the bank, because let's face it, with inflation going through the roof the way it is, it's not like you're going to get any interest that is actually worth anything. And I strongly advise everybody to get as debt-free as humanly possible and keep the credit cards open, because of course when it's time to really crash the system, run up the cards, and when the currency is entirely devalued, you're in good shape. But there's the point. The point is, there are more and more avenues being closed to more and more people without reason. And there are more and more things disappearing from the world. So it behooves us to minimize our exposure to the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, so to speak. And the way to do that is to stock up on your stuff and keep your money in cash and gold and silver and things of use like toilet paper. Okay? Everybody, buy your toilet paper.
Buy early, buy often.
Buy early, buy often, yeah. Roberts, we've got a lot of that up here too. We have a lot of labor shortage signs on businesses, a lot of businesses with reduced hours. I have actually been asked a couple of times if I want a job. I'm like, do I look like I'm job hunting at the moment? I'm kind of shopping, Oh, well. But anyway, I will let you guys go. And as to the surgery thing on the 10th, trust me, unless I happen to be unconscious, there will be some sort of an announcement or some sort of a live stream sometime on Monday. No idea, or Tuesday. No idea what it's going to be, but, I probably won't be on it, because I can guarantee I'm going to look like I got hit by a freaking bus. And while I am not prone to fits of vanity, I would prefer the entire world not see me when I look like I've been hit by a freaking bus. So you'll have to do without my incredible presence that week, and probably for a week after. But, Bear will keep you all informed. And until next time, GameStop to the moon. Keep an eye on your crypto. Buy lots of toilet paper. And Arizona most definitely and assuredly sucks rocks, and Arizona will continue to suck rocks until the end of time as we know it. Have a good night. Well, it's true. Arizona does suck rocks.
Yep.
And it will continue to suck rocks
It
until the
does.
end of time. This is unquestionable.
Now that we are done with the unopinionated part of the show,
I was careful.
everyone's giving you good wishes.
Thank you, guys.
I understand Truth Seeker, but she has a condition that is degenerative. It's continuing at a fairly rapid pace. It will definitely become cancer sooner or later. And the standard way of getting rid of it is just taking it out. If we delay, eventually it will become untreatable, short of some new methodology, which under current conditions, I'm not counting on anything being around. As a matter of fact, with them wanting all healthcare people to be vaccinated, I expect there to be a real crunch in healthcare quite soon if they don't change that. Now, from what I've heard in certain places, they come up with that idea, they listen to their employees saying, oh, heck no, you'll have to get along without me, and decide we can't get along without them. So anyhow, no, it's much more serious than that, Roberts. And as I say, it's, I can tell them basically what it is, right?
Yeah. You
Okay.
can give them a diagnosis. And by the way, people, do not look up pictures of this when it relates to the mouth. It's really, really gross and disgusting looking.
Yeah. She has dysplasia, a precancerous condition in her mouth. The area
keratosis.
Verrucous keratosis. But anyhow, the original spot where it started, there are now other spots.
Lots of them.
And as I say, we're hoping it's not cancer, but there is a cancer that is very similar in appearance, even under biopsy, which has been done. So we won't know. Some of her recent symptoms seem more consistent with an aggressive cancer than it does with a simple dysplasia. So speed is important on this one. Get rid of whatever they can get rid of, sample everything, and go from there. She may have to undergo radiation, chemotherapy, stuff like that. We don't know. The doctors don't know at this point. We'll find out sometime after the 10th. Of course, all the tissues are always sent off for biopsy and analysis, pathology. So, I say it's a very kind of nerve-wracking time here, but we're holding up okay. I'm really proud of her. I had an aorta replaced, and this would have scared me a heck of a lot more, because I knew with the aorta that if it didn't work, I wouldn't know it. And a 98% chance of success, and a 100% chance of death without it in a fairly short period of time. And it was just essentially standard open heart surgery sort of stuff. But having major surgery in your mouth would scare the crap out of me. Okay. It's just, cut my hand off. I can live with that, but yeah. So yeah, it's not a fun time when it comes to that. Luckily, I've got plenty to keep me busy, and Eva's pretty good at keeping herself busy on
The zombie mouth disease.
websites and stuff, getting discounts, filling out surveys, things like that. So she's found a way to keep her mind occupied until we get to the point where it's time to stop ignoring things and start fighting. So anyhow, that's the situation. Unpleasant, but you know, the one thing you're pretty sure of in life is you're not going to make it through. You know, nobody gets out alive. So we just try and make it happen as good as possible, and that's what we'll do. So I will be with Eva. We'll be heading out Thursday. She really likes Five Guys hamburgers, and they got a Five Guys in Missoula. So she wants to make sure I'm going to have a Five Guys hamburger before I stop eating, which is fine with me. And then we'll just sleep in the camper that night. I won't have to worry about transportation because if anything happens on the way, we'll have plenty of time to get there using alternative transportation. And then, of course, I've got the camper to stay in while she's in the hospital. So I will be as close as they'll let me get to her. If they'll let me sleep in the room, I'll be sleeping in the room with her, you know. But I will be there. I will be literally minutes away no matter what. So once they release her from the hospital, say she can go home, then we'll be home. And they say 2 or 3 days in the hospital. That puts us home like Monday. So we'll see what happens Monday live stream time. But don't be surprised if it doesn't show up. Because if I'm not here, if anything doesn't go exactly as planned, I won't be here. I should be able to, I'll be taking my computer, so I should be able to upload something. Try and remember to take the camcorder too. I should be able to upload some kind of an update as possible. But anyhow, that's the basic plan, and we'll just play it by ear, fly by the seat of our pants. 3 other, sayings that you've heard a million times, and get through it. Truth Seeker, she is of paramount importance.
Yeah, he meant this show.
Yeah, but all of this also helps. I forget where it was a long time ago. Structuring time. People structure time. Try doing nothing and see how long that lasts.
I can do it very well.
I know you can.
I am an expert.
And so do not worry. Nothing will take precedence over her health. Okay? I will do everything that is possible. It's within my power to do. My boss has been very supportive and is totally understanding. I said, look, if you need anything, just let us know. We have Jim here.
Yep.
Same thing. We have other people that have offered their support, etc. And that in itself is helpful. It is reassuring. Say right now, most of it's going to be us. Now, when we get back to town, depending upon Eva's condition, I may ask Jim to go get groceries or something like that. We should be fairly well stocked up. But let's say there may be a few errands need running or this or that. But yeah, I'm not going to be out at the ranch doing tests if Eva needs me here. Now, there may come a point where she's just like, get the heck out of the damn apartment. You're driving me crazy. But that's going to be totally her call. And I will defer to her, except if I think there's a really good reason to put my foot down. And if you've noticed Eva, you've noticed that it's not easy to put your foot down against Eva. She's a bit of a strong personality, but that's not a problem as far as I'm concerned. Anyhow, so that's basically the personal thing right now, and we'll all be back next Monday. And then again, your thoughts and prayers will be deeply, greatly appreciated. Okay, so we got a little personal stuff reviewed for the latecomers. thought somebody asked, and I think it might have been Robert's Happening, said something about 15, 20 minutes ago that was appropriate for me to answer, but I couldn't get to it. So if anyone has any questions, go ahead and punch them in. The dissolving the gold from the rock is going great. The tailings pad seems to be going great. The only thing that's being a problem is getting the gold back out of the leach solution, which wasn't as simple as we had hoped it had been, but that wasn't entirely unexpected either. We were kind of pushing the limits there a bit. And the equipment that we needed to do that testing is the same equipment we're going to need to recover the gold from the resin too. So there was nothing really thrown away there. And I also patched the little furnace.
There you go.
So anyhow, and I changed the little angles in the furnace a little bit.
Drill them out just a little.
Yeah,
Gouge them out.
Yeah, stuck the drill in there and they just turned it, they kept it running.
Yep.
That seemed to work pretty well to minimize or eliminate the erosion on the crucibles.
Yep.
What else we got? Please name the 5 easiest ways to kill pack rats. Now, are we talking easy or fun? Okay. The easiest way is to put out poison bait. Okay. Yes, I can, sports. I'll be right with you there. The most precise and fun way is to put a pellet in their head. I had I had squirrels in our house, actually. They dug under, came up through the walls and stuff. And I had to deal with that. Okay, sports. Oh, and the most fun to kill rodents at all I found was take an oxyacetylene torch, get it going, turn it off, stick it in the hole where some mice are, put your hand over the, your gloved hand over the hole, let it fill up with oxygen and acetylene, put the torch to the side, light it, bring the torch back to the hole, poof! And then as these singed mice come out, smack them with your gloved hand. That was the most entertaining way.
Kevin's first, I think, and then go to sports.
That is very, very rude. You're a bad bear.
Could be. They really, really annoyed me. They got into stuff they shouldn't have got into. Kevin, what is the particle size of the gold in the leach material? 80%, passing 6.8 microns, i.e. 80% 2000 mesh or smaller.
So 1/10 the size of powdered sugar.
Yeah. Sports, can you describe the difference between a Deister table and a Whiffley table? Yes. A Whiffley table this was the tabletop. The ridges go straight down the tabletop and it goes like this. A Deister table, they're angled up. Okay, so they're pushing the heavies uphill as well as down the table. That's the difference. Aside from that, they're both ridge tables. How much gold can Goldex hold in solution? Do not know. That's an excellent question. They use it for stripping electronic component stuff, so I imagine much higher than anything I'm going to get. When I discussed it with the rep, I told him the ore grade I have, and he didn't seem to think that was any kind of an issue. The samples I just got back today, the highest one was 1.5 ounces per ton in solution. Okay. Did I hurt you using millivolts and milliamp? No, we were using volts and getting milliamps. Very low conductivity. Currently, when I left today, it was running 2.0 volts, about 1/16 of an inch between the anode and the cathode, insulated with fabric, but immersed in solution. And we were getting 40 millivolts of electricity, 40 milliamps. So 0.04 amps of current at 2.00 volts with 1/16 gap. I believe theirs is a Wilfley table. Mount Baker's would be a Wilfley table. It shakes directly along the axis of the ridges.
Correct.
Now theirs is not a standard Wilfley table in that it goes to a cleaning area where there's a ramp, an up ramp at the end of the table where there's a water distributor bar. So it's like driving the gold into a stream at the end of the table, which has to work its way off the table. That's the difference between it and a standard Wilfley table, to my knowledge. Yeah, propane's cheaper, but acetylene has more energy, Chris. Absolutely. Roberts is wishing you good luck, little one.
Thank you.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. Which table do I prefer? I haven't done enough experience on both of them, etc., to have a real preference. I will say that if you are trying to make concentrates, a gravity concentrate, then a table has the advantage of making a continuous stream. If you had like 4% galena in your ore, you can run a lot of galena off the end of that table, as opposed to like a sluice where it'll load up and then it's just, you got to stop it and clean it out. So the table will be a nice continuous flow operation in a situation like that. If you had just some gold that is easily held for a whole shift in a, say, a sluice, that would work fine. They often use flotation instead of tables. Depends on exactly what they're trying to do as to which works better. Also, jigs are another similar type. They fit kind of in the same niche. Would you put a table before or after a falcon? That would depend on the ore.
Right. It depends on what you're doing, sports.
Yeah. I would presume a falcon creates a continuous stream, or is it a capture?
No, you can do a continuous stream of ore, so you can be feeding it and not discharging.
Yeah, but are they discharging the gold too, though?
Well, they could.
Okay.
Depends on the particle size again. We get back to that same issue of gold size. And at what point do you say that the next piece of equipment costs too much for the amount of gold you'd recover?
Well,
so there is a limit to how much equipment you can justify for recovery. I mean, there's a recovery area that maybe you can only recover efficiently and effectively 98% of the gold, or 96%. And then it's going to cost so much money to gain that last, let's just say 10%, that it's not effective anymore.
Well, I would say the big difference that I can think of in terms of the falcon versus the table, if you're trying to get, again, a lot of concentrates, then the table is going to do that. If you're trying to capture gold and hold it out of something, then the falcon would be more of that nature. So it depends on what you're trying to do.
As far as cleaning concentrates, you'd go from the falcon bowl to a table to clean concentrate, to get the separation of gold from whatever heavies are still in the falcon concentrator. It depends on the material. I mean, if you're doing it with hard rock or something, you may want to go to the concentrator, take out the heavy gold, and then the tailings from the concentrator going to a table to pick up the really, really fine gold.
What's a falcon concentrator? Expensive.
Yeah.
I got a budget and I may have to smuggle it. Yeah. It's probably not your best bet. you can actually build a Whiffley or a Deister table fairly well on the other side of the border wherever you're going. If you can get those. They're not a huge technological leap. You just have to have someone who knows how to fabricate the top and the drive mechanism, but it's not complex.
No, it'll be able to adjust it accordingly.
Yeah.
It isn't that complex.
On the other hand, you might say that the Falcon is just a big garbage disposal and get away with it because it looks so weird. How often do you like to clean out sluices? As often as needed and no more often than that, but that depends on your situation. When we were dredging, we would clean out the sluice at the end of the shift. The dredge stayed in the river. We went back to camp. You don't want to leave your concentrates in the dredge. How often did you do it on your plant usually?
I like to clean up after the sluice ran 24 hours.
Okay.
So if we only had an 8-hour day, we might run 3 days before we cleaned up. And a lot of times, even at 24 hours, we'd only clean the top section of the sluice.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the lower sluices we let run. Sometimes the lowest one at 16 to 20 feet or something, we may run that all month.
Okay.
Because you do catch, in most cases, you catch majority of your gold in about the first 16 feet. And then whatever you catch down below, once it's in there, it pretty much stays there.
Okay.
Unless you're really loading with black sand heavy or something.
Well, when you restart, is that a big problem in terms of flushing gold?
Surge can be, but usually surge will push it down the box farther. But from research that they did in Canada up in the Yukon and that, it really showed that by cleaning every 24 hours, with only letting that box run to that point, you were pretty effective in not losing gold or not surging it further down the box.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're starting and stopping a lot, that is something that you do have to pay attention to, is surging gold out of your box.
Yeah.
That's why you want a consistent feed, whether you're feeding with a shovel in a, just a creek sluice, a stream sluice, or whatever. Feed consistently. Just keep a nice feed rate going constantly through there. And then when you're done with that, stop the water or lift the box or whatever. Well, don't let it run clear for too long, or it will start to shift gold.
Well, that seems to be a fairly common theme with a lot of these continuous flow devices. Is you don't want to start and stop it.
No,
you want to start it. You want to get it running, and then just keep it running nice and steady.
Yeah. Even your trommel or whatever, high banker. The better you can make your feed rate and keep it fairly consistent, the easier it is to keep that water stream doing what it needs to do.
Yeah.
The lights not, one piece knocking out another piece and continually shifting it and letting that gold settle out.
Yeah. In terms of the pack rat question, if it's in your pickup truck, I think the shotgun is probably a bit excessive.
Well, yeah, that would have been, we'd had a mess up there in pickup trucks.
Yeah, I think a pellet gun is not going to go through the sheet metal, so if that's suitable, that would be fine. Traps work very well without damaging the stuff around the trap. I'll say it depends. If the target area is fairly safe and secure and you got a good backstop, hey, see how accurate you can be.
Historically, the pack rats in these mines were a barometer of stable ground.
Really?
Yep. That was one of the reasons the Chinese tried to keep pack rats and move them. They were a food source as well, because a pack rat is actually, it's a wood rat, it's American wood rat actually, but it's like a chinchilla. They're pretty cute little damn things, but they sure can make a frickin' mess of stuff, and they stink like a skunk after they start, urinating on everything.
Yeah. But
if there's pack rats in an old mine that you're going into, it tells you that the rock within the mine is stable. Yep. If it's an unstable mine or there's a lot of shifting and rock falling, the pack rats will move. They'll leave and go to a different mine. So there was a reason for them, that they kind of promoted them.
Yep. Hey, Jeff, that depends on whether you hit his head first. Okay, sports.
We could do that.
We'll
Pack
do this.
rats are cute.
We can do this, sports.
Okay. Erase the fire.
A couple of blue. There's a black.
Okay, sports. Now, I'm going to start at the mine. Okay. We've got the head frame coming up out of the decline. Here's your hillside. Going to have a high line down to the nearest established roadway. That's about 80 feet. Okay. From here, we'll be collecting the ore in buckets because they're easy to handle when you're moving from one to another with a quad. Quad can make it up there without doing any more road work or whatever, so we can do that. Bring it down to our campsite, put it on a trailer, and then haul it to the ranch for now. Once we get everything set up, it's probably going to be to a patented claim that's much closer than the ranch to the mine. So, first we're going to have a jaw crusher. Okay, throw it in the jaw crusher. From here, depending upon how much reduction you get in the jaw crusher and the size of the jaw crusher, I'd like to have one size just about right for whatever the impact mill is I'm using. From there, go straight into the impact mill is my ideal situation. The jaw crusher is the metering device for the impact mill. You run this thing at the rotational speed needed so that it doesn't overfeed that.
Right.
From the impact mill, it blows up in the elutriation column here. A little eraser. Oh, let's just bring it over here. Here's the impact mill. Stop! Goes in the impact mill, comes out the exhaust. Now this is a classification column. So as this mill blows the stuff out, the coarser material drops back in.
Gets reground.
Gets reground. Hopefully we can get that dialed in to where we don't need to do any classification afterwards. Okay, from here, hose, we have a tank. Okay, now you load the tank with a certain predetermined amount of clean solution. The tank has a canvas top on it made out of the filter fabric that you use for dust collector bags.
Yep.
Okay. Now, so as this is impact milling, this is coming over here, and by coming in tangentially and stuff, you can improve the efficiency of the dust settling, but this prevents the dust from escaping. The dust falls down, and this whole solution level will come up over time as more and more solids get in it. There will be some method of agitating the solution. My particular assumption is at this point we may very well do a Pachuca tank, but that would depend on whether or not all that oxygen is a good thing or a bad thing. We'll have to experiment. Chris, I think, was saying that oxygen's not a great thing for this.
So air.
Yeah.
You go to air.
With a Pachuca tank, you basically have a pipe in here, and you have an air pipe right there. And as you pump air in, it creates a lower density column here. So this slurry gets sucked down and blown out the top. Okay? And that agitates the slurry effectively without a whole lot of moving parts.
So what would the alternative? Pump the solution around?
You could pump solution. You could have a slurry pump It's designed to take the
Takes-
solids
Yeah,
and pump it around like this.
right.
I do that to at least minimize the coarser particles, and just put a pump here and like that. Okay? And you could agitate it that way. Okay?
So if oxygen is a problem, air is a problem, you'd have to go to a liquid pump.
Either
Or
that
slurry pump.
or a big stirrer.
Well, that'd be another way to do it. Yeah,
can also-
do a stirration.
You can sit there and
If you put an auger down the middle, couldn't you just auger?
you could use an
Climb it,
auger. You can
and
use a little
casing,
propeller
climb it.
like this. Come on up here and have a motor.
Right.
You know, there's a number of ways of doing it. I say, these are some of the things we need to test. Now, as this is pumping this tank full of solids, probably looking at a half a ton to a ton per day. And that would take like I forgot the size of the tank, but somewhere around a 600-gallon tank would do a ton of solution. Okay, so a ton of ore in solution. So you pump this up. This tank is big enough to take, say, an 8 or a 10-hour run of impact milling. Okay, then you go home. It stirs. Okay, so the next day you show up. You take this and you dump it out onto your leach pad. Okay, and you got a little ridge of tailings here. So this fills up with your load for the day. The coarse stuff settles rapidly to the bottom. The solution works its way through that sand bed and everything, comes out here pretty clean. So that does your filtering too. Okay, and this solution here goes to resin column and then back to there, basically. You have a reservoir here for your barren solution. When the resin is full, you take this column physically out of circuit, move it over here to your stripping circuit, put in a fresh column. Over here, you have a stripping circuit where you run your solutions through the resin.
Don't forget to look for questions there.
Yeah, so far, we're doing good.
An electrolytic cell. Okay. And once you've got it plated onto this cathode, I'm going to do the simplest one, which is steel wool cathode. Then you take this cathode, put it in a beaker, put in some, I'll say nitric acid. Make sure it's in a well-ventilated location and you're upwind as the large bilious cloud of bright orange nitrous oxide smoke generates and dissolves everything in there except the gold. Then you filter this, and the sludge goes to smelting. Then you pour your doré. This would go to chloride addition and another filter, and this would be silver smelting here. And then this is going to be recirculated back over here. That's my evil plan. My power supply is rated at 10.00 amps. We are currently using 0.04 amps, so we have loads of capacity there. Good question. Where we're going, a Cadillac wouldn't work too well. and I hate Escalades. I think they look horrible. But anyhow, Patrick says their rats are as big as a wildebeest, almost as big as their spiders.
So more fur for coats, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the number 3s are that you're referring to, Goldstream. Not sure what that is referring to.
Coming off the table, possibly, if
Yeah.
you're separating through 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
That'd be my guess. Goldstream,
Could
you
be.
can clarify that, but
Yeah.
Also, the rats are an air quality advisor in a mine. Also, if the air is good, the rats will be in the mine.
Yeah, if you see bats,
And rats,
you know there's enough oxygen. Now,
Right.
bats can tolerate ammonia concentrations that
so
will
that
kill
you
you.
can't.
Though.
Yeah,
But
right.
ammonia you can smell.
Well, the rats aren't much better. Some of them mines,
Oh,
the rat.
I've been in both. Believe me.
Yeah.
The ammonia. I'm talking
bad,
like snorting a bottle of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be lethal.
no oxygen.
The other thing, down in Mexico, there was a mine called the Noche Buena. We went in. Bats would use it, and of course they had guano on the floor,
Yeah.
which causes insects, which causes spiders to eat the insects. I have never seen so many daddy long-legged spiders in all my life. There were tens of thousands of them in there.
Yeah.
And they would be
mines, you'll
climbing
see them,
around.
you know.
And eventually they'd make a misstep and fall down. You know, they're small enough, I guess they don't hit hard enough to splat. But you would literally be walking through the mine.
Wiping them off. Yeah,
Doing the- I
even
mean,
here, there's
Every a couple
they,
seconds.
they don't call them daddy longlegs in the mine though. They call them something else, but that's exactly what they look like.
Yeah.
You know.
Daddy long legs doesn't count in the same category as most spiders.
Sports, 1 ton per day is our either next phase or the phase just after that. We may go to 500 pounds a day as our next phase, and we could just do that we could have 4 tanks or something to that effect. But 1 ton a day, it's a micro scale. First of all, we don't have a huge ore body that we're aware of. There may be some stuff down there that's pretty substantial, but we're looking in the neighborhood of 100 tons. And so why build a 10-ton a day mill if you're only going to run it for 10 days? Doesn't make sense.
Right.
So say 500 to 2,000 pounds a day is our next scale up once we get everything figured out. That pad that I have out at the ranch, fully loaded, would probably have about 20 tons on it. Okay. So see, even right there at 1 ton a day, in 20 days, you're having to offload pad.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're going to create, another thing.
Smoking, the problem is the amp flow is determined by the voltage. If we drive the voltage up higher, all kinds of unpleasant things start happening at the electrodes, as in dissolving the electrodes. And I'm talking the cathode, not the anode. The cathode starts dissolving. The anode generates gas. All kinds of undesirable secondary things happen at too high a voltage. Yes, that is way too small an amperage. That's why we're going, okay, we're going to need a breakthrough design. This particular concept is simply not physically workable, and it needs to be changed dramatically in some manner to make it potentially practical. But yeah. Oh, when one single strand of steel wool manages to get through and touch the anode, I've seen 4 amps. It will run some current on a dead short.
Right.
You know?
Basically, yeah, dead short. Exactly.
Yeah. Let me get a drink of water here real quick, guys.
Any other questions, guys? We can work through. Hey, Chris, welcome back again. Didn't miss too much ingenious stuff here.
Yeah. So, Chris knows a lot more about chemistry than I do. He's got some ideas where he thinks he might be able to make it work. But it's not a straightforward anode, cathode, put them together, throw some voltage on it sort of design. It gets a little trickier than that. And we'll see how it all works. In the meantime, I'd like to show my boss some freaking gold. So we're going to get some resin and try it the more conventional way to start. Estimated cost on the equipment. We're running 1 ton a day. That mill I built for Jimmy, that would do that at about a 10-hour shift.
Yeah. Right now to mass produce or produce
My
more of those,
RC46 will handle this.
Yeah.
It'll do 400 or 500 pounds an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've already got the RC46 to use as a small crusher. If you were to use a small jaw crusher in the 6x8 category or something like that, you impact mill, I can build this for, what do we do, about 1,600 materials?
Yeah,
or something?
right now with steel price and that, I would say effectively probably $100.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. The tank, if we took a tank style out of it, we're probably looking at less than $1,000 for the tank. Then we'll need an air compressor. Now, assuming that we can just use a blower, a high pressure blower, those are pretty cheap.
Yeah, that'd be an easy way to go.
Chris was saying, how about the blower from a
Furnace or
no, hot tub?
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I checked, and
That would give you a lot of air.
They run. What did he say? 20 psi, something like that.
Yeah.
That's plenty there
They got a volume
to deal with that head. They got volume. They got enough pressure to deal with the head.
Yep.
They're this big. They run about anywhere from 1/3 to 1 horsepower,
And they're made to run.
and they're made to run.
Yep.
Okay.
So you're good there.
The power supply that we've got cost $100.
And the columns literally could be PVC.
Yeah, this
right?
is PVC pipe.
Yeah,
basically.
just big 8-incher.
The resin,
size you need.
not sure how much resin we're going to need at this point, but we're looking at something in the neighborhood of probably $5 to $10 a pound dry weight.
Sweet.
So we're probably looking at a couple $100 worth of resin, but it's reusable.
Right.
And then whatever chemicals we need for this, and those may be consumables. In terms of the leaching, 1 ton of solution should run about 2 kilograms of Eco Goldex at $6 a kilogram at the price I'm paying now. Now, by the time I get the shipping in, it's $11 a kilogram. The
So
shipping is
maybe
just ridiculous.
Maybe better to buy more at one
If you buy it at
right?
with a ton, the price goes about half, and of course
Well,
the shipping
see,
goes
that's
way down too.
Right.
But nevertheless, at 2 kilograms per ton, 100 pounds does 50 tons.
Right. It's a lot of
So-
a ton of it.
So it's a fairly modest cost on the consumables there. Yeah. Chris says the current density is way lower than it should be. Yeah, and that's probably because of high resistivity of the solution.
Sports had a question there.
Yeah.
Stack.
How do you stack ore on the leach pad? Each day's run added where? If you take a look from a top view, and I think I'll call it a tailings pad rather than a leach pad, although it is leaching. But the reason is it would get people confused. It's not heap leaching, although it uses many of the same principles. Right? If you take your leach pad, and in this case, this would be like your rainwater reservoir, and this is your solution reservoir with the double layer that I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going to start, you peel back the cover, and in many cases, you can probably leave that back for days at a time.
Well, if the weather's decent.
The weather's decent. And then you decide how high you can stack it. And I'm going to assume we can get it up about a foot above the top of the berms. But if you're going to have 1 ton, 6 inches deep, let's say, and let's say that covers this area here, then you can make like 6 cells, and you build up a berm of sand on top of the liner, like you saw, and then you just dump your solution in here, your slurry. Now, it would be best to dump it here. Have a flexible hose and run it down this right here, and then dump it here, and then the other one you can dump here. The idea is to get it away from the edge so that this fills with the coarser sand and this becomes the slimes. Or if it turns out it's better the other way, I like the coarse sand here because I can build the berms easier. If you want to do it the other way, you can put it in here and then have the slimes there.
So you're using your coarse sand then as a filter?
As a filter bed.
Okay.
Exactly. So by dumping it here and letting the slimes go out here, then the next day when you come in and all this solution has percolated through, you take the scrape or some other scraper type thing. They make good scrapers for concrete work.
Right.
Those aluminum things.
Yep.
You know, and you just scrape the slimes to the side so they don't form a relatively impermeable layer.
Right, exactly.
This turned out to be quite easy to do. When I dumped that stuff,
Mm-hmm.
the coarser solids
Drop
settled
fast.
pretty quick.
Yep.
And then there's a layer of dramatically finer stuff. And when you're scraping it, you can feel and hear the difference. When you get through the slimes
Yep.
into the fine sand,
Yep.
you can tell. It's
Yep.
real easy. Scrape that to the side, let that settle. Then the next day, if this hasn't settled enough or whatever, you can come over here and just dump it into this one, and you have the same
program.
process. These would be your slimes out here, and then come in here and scrape this like that. Once you fill this side up, and most of this stuff has been sitting there a while. So let's suppose you build these and you're able to get 1 layer per day. So this winds up, say, about 5 days, and this is 5 days, and this is 5 days. Call it a work week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in 15 days, you got 15 tons on there. And then you switch to here. And as you switch over here, you start rinsing this stuff with fresh water. And you could even maybe make 2 solution reservoirs. Okay. Maybe you'd have a solution reservoir here and a rainwater reservoir here and a solution reservoir here, something like that, where basically these 2 pads are almost, these are like 2 separate pads. As you're filling this one, you're rinsing and removing that. You're
Right.
hauling it off and disposing of it wherever that is.
Like Chris just said, and then you get the brick press and you make bricks.
Whatever you do. And so you got 15 days of loading, and then you've got 15 days to unload it,
Right.
to rinse it
Before
and unload
this
it.
one's full.
Before
and
this
then
one's
you can
full, you
start
switch
again.
over to the other.
Now, that's a good idea. That's a nice layout.
You know, I'm guessing that this layout here is probably, because the one I've got is 20 by 30, and this would hold 15, 30 tons. This would probably be something like the actual surface area, 20 feet by 30 feet, and your berms would be out here. Okay.
Right.
So you're going to need a tarp in the neighborhood of 30 by 40 feet to deal with that. Okay.
Sure.
But that's how you do it. And this eliminates any solid liquid separation equipment. You don't have any
Right.
machinery. No
Right. You're
filters,
not running. Yeah. You're not running.
clarifiers, anything like that. You're getting good, clear solution without having to mechanically
Complete.
process it.
Right.
Okay.
So that's a big cost savings right there.
If you agitate for one day, we're getting in the neighborhood of 80 to 90% recovery into solution in that first 24 hours.
Right. So this is just a mop up
So this is
episode.
primarily solid liquid separation and some scavenging while you're at it.
Exactly.
You're also scavenging the actual solution to a certain extent, the chemicals
You're
in the
catching it.
solution.
Yep. You're being able to partially reuse that. Yep.
But because it's solid liquid separation, these solution concentrations are going to be high. You know,
Wolfman asked, "Is there a specific tarps to use?" You
there's better ones than what I'm using. Okay, my brother, where he's at, they're using 80 mil something or other that he says you better have a sharp knife.
because you can't cut
You
it.
can't cut it. They're not putting sand on top of it. They're putting crushed rock. It's tough enough. You need to get a liner that's effective. Okay. And I would prefer to have like 35 mil PVC or HDPE or something like that. But for right now, I'm just using tarps from the hardware store. IRC,
If I recall,
that'd be IIRC. I'm so confused.
it is IIRC.
Oh, okay. My eyes. Yeah, there's a variety of liners they make. I'm sure somebody has one. They make a variety of liners. When I was working at ChemGold, we used the industry standard at the time, which was 35 mil polyvinyl chloride PVC sheet.
Mm-hmm.
One advantage of the 35 mil PVC is it's fairly flexible, and literally we would get a single sheet on a pallet, and we would cover 500 by 300 feet with one sheet.
Wow.
Now, interestingly enough, with 10 guys, it wasn't that hard.
Just slide it and get it pulled out.
Yeah. It's best to have a decent breeze.
Well, yeah, you get a little air under it. It'll help you.
You can
immensely.
hold it.
Yeah, but you can't break the friction.
It would come folded properly so that we take the pallet and start one end. We start on fold, and the guy just back up with the pallet and the
Keep
forklift,
unfolding.
plump, plump, plump. And then we grab an edge,
Yeah.
and everyone will be evenly, and then get a little wind going, and then you bring it up, and you start catching that wind
And
under
then
it,
push it down.
and it would pick
Yep.
the plastic up, and then you regulate how much buoyancy you have by how high you pick it up.
Yep.
Drag it out
Yep.
to where it's about where it is. Make some final adjustments, and then because we were tying these on, this was our unit of leach pad, right?
Right.
And so then you go and glue it in the field. You actually had a solvent glue and gloves, and you just sit there and you go. We found out the gloves didn't work worth a darn, so you just use your bare hands.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a joke. On the way home, when you've been gluing plastic, people are going,
Yeah. Peeling
Picking
it
the
off,
crap
rubber,
off their fingers.
rubber cement off.
oh, yeah. It was surprisingly controllable, Chris. You'd have half a ton or more of plastic buoyed up by the air and not having to trouble
Yeah.
controlling. Now, I mean, we didn't try in a 30-mile-an-hour wind, but about a 10-mile-an-hour breeze was optimal. We were nervous at first, but then as time went on, we go, no, that's not too much. Well, that's about right, man. pretty soon, you wanted a nice breeze to just,
Yeah.
oh yeah, and it's like,
yeah.
fuck, this is easy.
Yeah, if you can use that to help you with
Yeah,
the
it's
lift,
on an air
and then
cushion.
slide, right.
Oh yeah, it worked great. So yeah, that's what we used to use. I'd prefer to be using that than what I am, but you get, I'm sure it would be much more expensive. Right now, due to the situation, what with the COVID and the economy and this and that and the other, we're trying to economize wherever possible. We don't want to spend any money unnecessarily. For example, on my cover, you notice the boards that were screwed on?
Yeah.
Those are scrap.
Yeah.
They were just laying around.
Not, just for weight.
They work fine.
Just to hold it.
And so...
No, but ideally, the cheaper you build and the easier you figure out how to do it, the more effective and efficient it really is.
Money saved, money earned.
It is a keep it simple.
Yeah.
Almost all of this mining is. I mean, the simplest way you can do it is and most cost effective. I mean, if it's going to cost too much to do it a certain way versus a normal way, well, then you got to, look at that.
Well, that's why we tried the direct electro-winning first.
Exactly.
If it would work, it would be a lot simpler and cheaper.
Yep, less steps, less equipment, less everything.
Yeah, less labor, less everything.
Yep.
Exactly. So anyhow, that's basically the concept at this point, sports. That answered the question pretty well. Does anyone else have a question?
Yeah, keep them coming.
It's 9:42 and we're rolling still, man.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Actually got a pretty good crew on here yet, too, the way it looks.
Yeah. Yeah, we still got 22 people, yeah. No, I agree with the KISS approach.
Yep.
If you can make physics work instead of a machine, it's more reliable.
Yep.
It's cheaper.
Gravity. Yep.
Less maintenance.
Yep. Less moving parts.
Yep.
Yep. Less repairs later on.
Like this tank here, when you go to move it and dump it here, it's just gravity.
Right.
You don't pump it there.
No.
You put this tank high enough that it'll gravity drain to there.
Right.
Wow. How hard is that to figure out? Well, okay, David. I'm hurt. Wounded, I tell you.
Discuss the environmental considerations with Goldex.
Okay. The environmental considerations are relatively modest. Chris is a little better at the details than I am because this is a proprietary compound. He's kind of done some research. He has a better idea what actually is. It's not a compound. It's a mixture of compounds. But they're of low toxicity to begin with. And at least the thiosulfate component, I believe, is fairly unstable and may in fact break down to be a fertilizer. Wouldn't be surprising. Ammonium.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. Nitrogen.
So it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, thiourea is a nitrogen.
Urea is a nitrogen. Yeah.
In short, it's mostly fertilizer when it breaks down. There you go. Chris Georgie has spoken. Permits required? If you're on public land, you're going to need permits. Abso-frickin-lutely. We're not going to be on public land. So with any luck, we'll be able to keep it small enough, safe enough, and private enough that we won't need to do any permits. We'll have to research the details in the future. But if you were actually on public land, this is why I said mine it and haul it a couple miles to the patented claim. That's why. You can't get permits to do anything right now.
Yeah, mill site on public land is going to be hard to do right now.
I don't think hard quite describes it.
Well, right now, yeah, it'd be a no. But
yeah.
In the future, even, I mean, you might be able to get a mill site, but boy, they're going to be on you constantly watching everything you do.
Now, if you were going a full high visibility permit thing, then it should be fairly easy to permit. Okay. If it leaks, it's gone. Okay, Jeff. That's why I have a double liner underneath it. And it's a good idea to keep your pregnant solution level low, so there's very little hydrostatic pressure and any leaks will be minimized. But yeah. Wolfman, I can give you a recovery percentage into solution, and that's running in the high 80% right now into solution. Out of solution should be eventually very close to 100%. Once in solution, it's just a matter of recovering it. And then you don't recover this cycle, you get next cycle. So it should be very close to 100%. I am assuming, if I extrapolate the preliminary work, somewhere in the 95% recovery range, we are getting 80 to 90% recovery into solution in 24 hours of agitation. Yep. And so recovery rates are going to be very high, it looks like, once we get the recovering it from solution stage figured out well. Again, I don't anticipate that to being a huge technological challenge, merely an optimization challenge. Okay. Say theoretically, they'll sell us everything we need for $12,000 from Eco Goldex. They'll sell us the chemicals. They'll sell us the elution machine and the electro-winning equipment, and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, if you were, knew what you had in front of you, that might be worth it. I don't, you kind of have to have the ore body first to just in the assay numbers to justify how you spend the money.
Yeah.
And how quick you want to return.
To me, it makes more sense to save money and gain knowledge.
Well, and you're doing that. I mean, it looks like you're figuring it out, and that's cool.
Yeah, so notice, Chris, the question is, what is the simplest, cheapest way of doing it? Not is it possible? And
correct.
I would agree with his assertion there.
Correct.
It's not a matter of can it be done. It's a matter of what's the best way to do it. It's kind of like, can you get from Helena to Butte? Well, yes. Well, what's the best way? Depends on what you're doing. What are you carrying with you? If it's a backpack and some food and water, and you're in real good shape, a bicycle might be a very, very efficient way. For me, a bicycle would be a very, very bad thing. Okay? I would get there. I would be better hiking.
Wouldn't make Butte.
I would be better off walking, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Me too.
But the idea is, can you get from here to Butte? Absolutely. What's the best way to get from here to Butte? What do you got to get there? Me and Eva, take the truck. Me and Eva and an impact mill, borrow the trailer from the boss. Stuff like that. But that's basically what we're trying to do. In the meantime, though, we are learning a lot because this is a new solution to me. It's not something I particularly used before.
And by doing the steps you're doing, you can also figure out how to scale that, so you could help somebody else set up a plant, no matter what size it is. You have a good idea of how to scale.
That's interesting. I like that, David. Little one, how's this for a t-shirt? This geezer is a nerd.
I like that.
I like that. Eva likes it. Now that's something, because
I like it.
she's pretty picky. She's a good wordsmith. Yeah, that is good, David.
Korea, huh? That's cool. Thanks for being here.
Oh, DIWD, huh? My eyes aren't the best. Oh, wait a minute. DIWD from Korea.
Oh.
Don't think he's mine, but he might be.
I don't know. That's
Might
interesting,
be.
but I can't say anything. It is me, you weirdo. Okay.
What was that?
Says it is me, you weirdo.
Hello!
Get over here quick.
From Korea. That's pretty good. He's around the world again.
Hello.
Yay! Hello!
I figured it out right away when I seen that.
Yeah, nice to hear from you, Dylan. We're holding up okay, and I'll get some information to you as soon as I can when we find out something. Okay, and that's great. Nice to hear from you. Oh, what?
He is going to have my phone when I'm in surgery, but his fingers will not work with the whole smartphone thing, so it's going to have to be a phone call to talk to him.
He can't operate my smartphone.
All righty. I will. That's great. Oh.
Woohoo!
Yeah, even or two sons are what a family should be. Okay. Yep. Anyhow, so that's basically what we're trying to do is, especially on a micro scale, what makes sense isn't necessarily what makes sense on a macro scale. And Chris says, thanks for the smiles all around. And so that's what we're trying to do is figure out what's the best way to do it at this scale. And Chris is an invaluable asset in that, say, because he's much more knowledgeable about
Chris
chemistry
is
than
our
me.
rocket surgeon.
So anyhow, but that's what we're trying to do. And eventually we'd like to have a system that is so simple and easy to use that any reasonably intelligent person can be trained in a relatively short period of time how to use it. You know, and it's like that titration test. As you can see by watching the video, it's not that terribly complicated. What's complicated is doing the calculations to figure out what concentration of the titration solution you want so that 1 cc equals a half a kilogram per ton. That's the tricky part. Once that's been measured out and say, I've got those little ampules, pretty, this goes in 100 cc's acetone.
You could spreadsheet that or scale it, couldn't you?
You could.
So you had reference numbers that.
Yeah, but in this case, it's just all you're doing is testing solution concentration.
Right.
They even give you a thing in the instructions on how to convert that into adjusting your solution. Say if this is the reading you got and this is the reading you want, how much do you have to add to
adjust.
make that happen?
Okay.
See, and it's that sort of simplicity so that, again, you have like a chart or something and an ordinary person can look at it and say, okay, I want it to read 4 cc's of titration solution and it's only reading 2. So how much do I have to add? You look it up. Add 2, okay, so I need to add this many pounds per ton, or this many grams per gallon or whatever, Yeah. And let's say that is where we make it accessible for the ordinary person to effectively do something like this without becoming an expert. And to to use an automotive analogy, to make you a parts changer without having to turn you into a mechanic.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And especially not having to turn you into a freaking automotive engineer. You know? So that's the goal of the exercise here, as well as actually having a successful mine and mill, is to create systems so that anyone else with reasonable intelligence, hard work, and discipline can do the same thing. Yeah, kind of. Actually, I prefer my friend, my dead friend, Hiram's things. Is when I was young, every joint in my body was limber except one. Now that I'm old, every joint in my body is stiff except one. That's my favorite old geezer thing. But anyhow, so do we have any other questions? That was a great question, by the way, Sports. That really worked out well. Anything else on the questioning? We're at 9:56. We've made our 4 hours. Yay!
Yes. Without falling asleep. Hopefully we didn't bore anybody.
And without buffering or anything like that.
Well, that's cool.
Yep. The Ethernet is our friend.
No,
I don't see anything.
no, it's got quiet.
Oh, man. I hate it when that happens. I don't know. I never could roll a joint worth of crap. I always used a pipe. You know, it takes no skill. How much weight of material in the tailings pile? That would depend on the size of the pad. The current one that I have, which has a surface area of roughly 10 feet by 20 feet, should hold about 20 tons when stacked about 3 feet deep. But it depends on how high, and of course, the bigger it is, the higher you can stack it, but also just how wide you make it. Basically, every 9 square feet should be about 1.25 tons, 3 feet deep. Okay, so every 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot thing, every cubic yard runs about 1.25 tons. Okay,
Right.
Thank you, Truth Seeker. I can understand that, David.
Yeah, thanks guys for the good questions tonight. It did, I think, hopefully it did make for a good show for everybody.
Okay. Robert says for mouth toxin pulling, put in some coconut oil and swish for 5 or more minutes. If you had organic toxins, yeah, that would work. Yep. Say about 20 tons is what I anticipate being able to stack before having to remove any. I would doubt that I'm running more than about 500 pounds a day by the end of the season here. It all depends on when the season closes down, but I mean, when it gets cold, I'm going to have to even pull my chemicals out of the lab there because that's not a heated building. I'll have to take all my liquid chemicals and put them in the apartment here. I have to bring in all my canned goods and stuff like that from the minor bago because it'll freeze and bust. Thanks, Patrick. Did you ever have a chance to look at those plans thoroughly? I know your buddy was busy last I heard. But say that's what we're trying to do here. The availability of the Eco Goldex is a very, very important factor in all this. Without an effective
Supply.
well, not a supply, but an effective leaching chemical that was of low toxicity and stuff, we'd be in a world of hurt. But this stuff really does seem to be, dissolving this gold fast. Yes, it's real fine gold. It's kind of ideal in that way, but nevertheless, up to 90% recovery in 24 hours of agitation is pretty freaking good. So that was a key thing. Any other questions, folks? No, I'm not seeing any. Yeah, I agree with that, Patrick. It's getting pretty freaking ridiculous over there. You can just use a shovel and a wheelbarrow and just make sure you don't get close to the tarp. Leave about a foot on top. That also gives you a good starting sand bed for the next layers. Yeah, you just make sure you stay well away from the tarp. And because it's essentially sand, you can even dig through with your hand and find the tarp safely. You're welcome, Mr. Virtue.
Yeah.
So that's a fairly simple thing to do, since you don't need to get to the tarp. Just offload most of the stuff. No skid steer. Absolutely. Again, we're looking, I can wheelbarrow several tons an hour.
Yep.
If you figure a good wheelbarrow load, a nice, easy wheelbarrow, about 150 pounds.
Yeah, I suppose 150, 180.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're talking about, 13 of those?
Yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah. So 13 wheelbarrow, how long does that take you? That's a ton.
And if you alternate it like you were talking, where, part of the month you're here and then you start here, and in the meantime, you could start removing, once you've flushed that system.
This will be fully fleshed while you're still working on this.
And just keep.
So you just work your way, and I say it's just a continuous
So
thing. Yep.
You wouldn't have to let it pile up to 3 feet deep if you wanted to start cycling it.
Yeah, so you would choose what's the most efficient depth and everything else. Absolutely. I've heard of a Vanner table. I know I've read about them, but I don't recall exactly how the Vanner table works. You can probably Google that, but yeah. Not in this setup, Jeff. However, in more sophisticated setups where you have a good geotextile between the upper liner and the lower liner, then you also have you can have a leak detection system too. Yeah. This is very basic and simple and doesn't have some of the more sophisticated things. Now, if you were to suddenly develop a substantial leak after a time where you've got some experience, you go, wow, that liquid's going down pretty fast, then you might have an issue. But that's why I have a second liner there. The two holes have to kind of line up. And, chances of that are fairly small. So I presume my leaks are going to be very small, if any. I'm sure there's going to be some. Okay, it's simply impossible not to have any leaks.
Unless you used a full rubber roof,
Yeah. But I laid down geotextile to cushion it, and I got a lower tarp and an upper tarp, and then I'm covering it with sand.
This is really, like Keith said, this really isn't a heap leach system. This is actually,
it's a hybrid system.
it really is.
As the commercial says, everyone wants a hybrid, right?
Yeah.
It's a hybrid system. I like that. A layman's leach system. Nice. I like that, Sports. That's a very good way of putting it. Yep. And I say the nice thing is all the components should be safe enough that you'd really have to try hard to hurt yourself. you know. With the cyanide systems, that is not the case.
Right.
When you're taking the solid cyanide, putting it in solution, dust can get you. When you're doing that stripping solution, good God, that's some nasty stuff. I mean, you're in some serious protective equipment, goggles, face shield, gloves,
Gauntlets.
apron,
yeah,
the whole
right.
9 yards. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to get burned by it.
Yep. You're welcome, David. Okay, any more questions? Oh, that's a corduroy table, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. All righty.
All right, guys. Well, thanks, everybody.
We will call it a night. Where can I see that in action? Never seen a banner set up. I do not know. Chris may know where one is. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming by.
Good night, everybody.
I think I hear a tinfoil hat in the background. All righty. You guys take care, and we'll see you in a week.
May the blessings of the tinfoil hat be upon you.
Okay.